Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. How are you? Brothers and sisters, misses and misters, comrades and friends, I hope I can say. Welcome to all of this, or at least some of it. My name is Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys. And we'll get these buzzards out of here and the Alan Cox Show logo up in no time.
Oh, boy. You know what? Thank you, pal. I get so... You know what it is?
A lot of things to check.
But also, I was seconds before I cracked my mic here. By the way, Mary's out. Poundcake is back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Hello.
I look over, and a couple members of the Cleveland Mounted Police rode by on their horses, and it looked so... Majestic. Obviously, I know that the mounted police exist, but I'll tell you what, I had never seen them down here, I don't think, and they're just very calmly going on Euclid, I assume, to the east side.
I want to see a mounted
right
police.
here at 9th.
I've seen them a few times, usually Friday nights, Saturday nights, you'll see them from time to time, and then parades. So, like during, I'm sure on St. Patrick's Day, we'll see them out and about.
Right.
Where do they just keep their horses?
Astride their mighty steeds. Those horses look amazing. Where do they keep their horses? There's probably some kind of
in the garage next
police.
to the cars.
There you go. They tie them up next to the squad cars. Mm-hmm. They probably have a police stable, right? And I wonder if you become close with your horse. I wonder if you are assigned a horse.
I feel like that horse is an officer. It's just like a canine, like it's like a partner.
Well, it's a beast of burden, though, right? I mean, a canine dog can maybe assist in subduing a suspect. It can sniff for things. I think a horse is just there to be ridden. I mean, I don't know.
And you can
Does
ride.
the saddle have guns on the side, like where if
like a
horse...
mounted turret, like turret? What is
turret?
it?
Could you imagine if it had like a cage
Turret.
dragging? A cage dragging behind it, and then when you get arrested, you get stuck in that cage and you get pulled by the horse.
That's a great idea. I'll tell you what. The horse just drags you around. Yeah, like there's that sound. It came, but it came in handy there.
Yes,
that's
perfect.
the sound of
That's
a
exactly
horse
what it was
dragging a cage on a Cleveland street. There's nothing wrong with that.
Maybe this is how they stop all those guys on the ATVs.
On the what?
On the ATVs, on the four-wheelers driving around the
Right.
city. They put the Mounties on them.
Is there any chance that we could see horses chasing people on ATVs and motorbikes?
If we do, they better have a lasso. I just feel like if you are a police officer that rides a horse, you should have a lasso. It just seems like it fits.
Yeah, somebody get me hip.
bill.
People who know about that, get me hip to what they do, because other than
They slow down.
other than seeing them on horses, and I don't see that often here in Cleveland. There are other places where you see it all the time. And in the hierarchy, I would think of assignments. Mounted police is probably still above bike cop. I would imagine you'd probably rather be astride a steed than a Huffy or a Cannondale or whatever they're riding around out there. But I don't know. Somebody who has inside knowledge of CPD workings there, you're going to have to get me caught up with what's going on with the cops on the horses. But again, they were just, they weren't in pursuit of anyone. And if they were doing it very casually. It was the most casual pursuit I'd ever seen in my life. But these horses, they hadn't even broken out into a canter They were just walking east down Euclid here, two mounted police talking to each other. Whether or not the horses were conversing, I don't know.
I don't think they want the horses to run on. I don't think they can run on this surface because they don't have. They're not built.
Well, they have
for that.
horseshoes.
They have horseshoes, but those are metal, and they're not giving them any grip. They could slide and get injured, I feel like.
Well, then what's the point of being on a horse if you can't eventually break out into a pursuit?
I think it just looks awesome.
Looks cool.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it could be. It could begin to end there. But anyway, that's kind of what threw me off mere seconds before I cracked the microphone here. Alan, you really should have a trigger warning before you just pop up and greet us on the radio. Listen, I don't tell people how to do their thing.
We kind of do.
We really do.
Yeah.
I have a whole intro, it's
there's an intro. You do a little segment with Stansbury sometimes before we come on, so they know he's coming.
There's plenty of information coming your way. That something awful is going to be on this radio station right around 2:00.
Trigger warning, I have tickets for sale for my show this weekend. This Friday in Warren. Just wanted to do that trigger warning first because I know people don't always want to hear my plugs. But there it is.
People are telling
BillSquire.com.
People are telling me you are assigned a horse. It's very important to develop a relationship with your horse. That makes sense. I assumed that was the case, but I don't know. The stables are across from Burke, 38th and Lakeside.
Oh, yeah.
So
they don't just keep them in the garage with the cars.
They're used for crowd control. They'll use the horses in an A line to shove people back. Yeah, okay. I mean, again, these are things that I'm relatively familiar with. There are a lot, growing up in Chicago, there are a lot of mounted police. And you say Chicago, but I mean, again, and I'm sure there are plenty in Cleveland. I had just never seen them before, and certainly not right out in front of our window. But I'll tell you what, that when we were promised all of this fanfare that was going to make working in downtown Cleveland such a treat, that was part of it. They didn't mention it insofar as there's going to be horsies outside your window, but that's part of it. We never saw horsies walking outside our 4th floor window in Oak Tree.
Never.
If we had seen that, that would have been intense. So there you go. Can you imagine getting taken to jail on a horse? The horse is for intimidation. And again, there's no crowd out here. I mean, if you don't count the daily throng of people that come up to our window in anticipation of this program. That's what I had initially assumed, Bill. You know, we keep it kind of on the DL, but because we don't want to get anybody worked up. But each day when this show begins, just a throng of people out here peering into this window to see the magic happen. And I thought, for instance, maybe that's what those horses were doing, was anticipating crowd control. But those people that are in front of our window every day, so well behaved. Mm-hmm. We've never had problem one that would require the attention of the 5-0, mounted or otherwise.
Other than Little Herb.
Even Little Herb, he walks by now, knocks,
waves,
flash the peace sign. Yeah,
okay. He's
always Natalie dressed now.
Yeah.
Maybe he was having a bad day when he called us, but every time he walks back and forth here now,
he's got it together a little bit.
He looks like a proper Cockney gentleman. I got to take a break. You want to text 35192 to do that. You can watch live if you like at alancoxshow.com. And we'll be back after these.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
Get ready for the experience of a lifetime. A night you'll never forget. At our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Awards.
You and your crew will join music's biggest names in Hollywood as we celebrate the songs and artists that were our soundtrack over the past year.
Thank you so much to iHeart.
The fans, we love you guys. March 27th, while the world is watching live on Fox and listening on iHeart radio stations across America, you and 3 friends will be there.
Surrounded by so much talent.
Make some noise!
Another once-in-a-lifetime iHeartRadio experience that money can't buy.
Enter for your chance to win exclusive access to our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Awards now at iHeartRadio.com/awards.
Infinity is a proud sponsor of the iHeartRadio Music Awards.
from the Mazda of Kent studios.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Check out the all-new Mazda of Kent. MazdaofKent.com.
Welcome to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Forget the Rock Hall. When does Poundcake go into the Country Hall of Fame?
My truck, my beer, my guns.
It's the Alan Cox Show
on 100.7 WMMS.
Might be onto something there with a new song for Poundcake. Get him one step further to the Country Music Hall of Fame. Something I was reading this morning that kind of made me think of him and his budding country music career. Cavaliers are off tonight, coming off a win here at home on Sunday against the Raptors. They will play tomorrow night in Boston against the Celtics. The Chevaliers against the Celtics. That is a 7:30 tip-off here on WMMS and on the iHeartRadio app. This Friday, we will be preempted by Guardians Baseball. So 3:05 is the first pitch, I think, against the Cincinnati Reds out there in Arizona. They're going to be playing my White Sox tomorrow. The Sox have Mike Clevenger now, facing down his old team, the Cleveland Guardians. But Friday, here on MMS, a little preseason Cactus League Baseball. That's what they call it, Cactus League Baseball, Bill. You know, the other teams, when they practice in Florida, that's the Grapefruit League.
And these are all just randomly assigned.
Randomly assigned, that's right.
They don't mean anything.
Try finding a cactus in Arizona, or a grapefruit in Florida, for that matter.
It's impossible.
Good luck. But this Friday, 3:05, here on WMMS, Guardians Baseball. And even though we will be preempted, I got to tell you, I'm excited for baseball season to begin. When one sport dovetails into the next, it's a fine time to be in a place like Cleveland, Ohio. You know, there's a lot of cities, they go, yeah, we got a basketball team. Oklahoma City, right? Hey, we got a basketball team. You know, anything else? You ain't got a football team. You have a baseball team. Not MLB or NFL. You got to hang all your hopes and dreams on that NBA team. Here in Cleveland, we're up to our poontangs in professional sports. It's a great place to be. Anyway, Poundcake's burgeoning country career. I was reading a thing about, the future is coming in so many different ways, and it's coming so much faster than any of us will be able to process it or contend with it. The Ford Motor Company is looking into a bit of technical magic that will allow their automobiles. You know, Ford has put a lot of their resources into trucks. Trucks sell really, really well. So a lot of car companies are moving away from kind of sedans and things. You know, Ford. I drive a Ford Fusion. That is not a car that is made anymore. They've gotten rid of that because they're focusing most of their efforts on trucks. Those sell really, really well. Ford trucks, tops in their field, right? So Ford is looking at the technical ability in the very near future for your truck to drive itself away if you miss a payment.
Love it.
Because if a car is going to be repossessed, have you ever had a car repossessed?
No.
Okay. I've never had a car repossessed.
I don't think I've ever missed a car payment.
Oh, God. You're breathing rarefied air there, boy.
Oh.
Back in my earlier years of having no money, which was most of my adult life, but I've never had a car repossessed, but I have had a car towed because I missed a payment. I came out one morning and my car was gone, and I thought, well, this is a terrible neighborhood I live in. Maybe someone stole it, but there was no glass in front of my place, anything like that. Turns out that a tow company had come out, put my car on the flatbed and taken it out.
How many payments were you behind? They do that after one payment, one missed payment?
My company did.
Wow. There's no grace period.
Well, I think once you hit the 30-day mark, I mean, I think a lot of places you get 30 days of grace. And you know that band 3 Days Grace?
Yeah.
That's named after a really, really stringent auto loan company. Anywho, yeah, I came out and my 02 Camry was missing. And I was like, what the heck? And it takes a second for you to figure out what's going on because it's not, when you don't have a lot of money, you always know exactly how much money you do have. And so you're thinking, okay, what did I, and, about a second and a half later, you go, right. So then you're really screwed because not only do you have to make the payment you missed, but you somehow have to find a way to pay the towing company and the late fees and all that kind of crap.
Yeah, it just makes it worse.
It makes it worse, right? Anywho, Ford is looking into an automobile that would be sent a signal by whoever has financed your car, because automobiles now, they're going to be all connected and tethered electronically.
I don't like that.
Well, I mean, I don't know how many people really like it. I mean, when it comes to matters of convenience, people seem to like that stuff. They like Bluetooth and they like wireless connectivity and things like that.
I don't like that either. I was just complaining to my brother about it because I thought this whole time sorry, I'm getting off on a tangent, but I just wanted to get this out real quick. I thought my radio was broken after I had just gotten this car, and turns out my iPhone wasn't updated. So I was like, wow, they'll stop my Spotify.
This is in your brand new car.
Yeah, I was like, they'll stop like my music playing because I didn't update my iPhone. I was like, they're bullying me.
Wait, I don't get it. What happened? Because you didn't update the software in your iPhone?
I didn't update my iPhone, so like the screen that shows like my playlist wouldn't show up. So I was thinking like the computer was glitching. Like my screen, I was like, my screen's broken.
How did you figure out what was going on?
My brother just knew. He was like, did you update your phone? And I'm like, no, why would that matter? Why do I have to update my? He's like, I don't know. iPhone will just do that. If you don't update your phone, they'll stop stuff from working. And sure
that's a
enough,
quick fix, though.
Yeah.
But how are you supposed to know that? I didn't know that.
Keep your phone updated.
It was my phone. Like I just plugged it in. It was supposed to work. Like they're bullying me. How you gonna bully me?
Usually, iPhone software updates overnight automatically.
That's what I thought too. So you imagine my surprise when I'm trying to, select my Celine Dion song, and I couldn't.
Is that your standard driving to work music?
No, it's Whitney Houston, Celine Dion. Like I have a playlist because everything. That's
your version of getting pumped up.
Yeah, I mean my phone knows what I like, and so does my playlist. So after I played a couple songs by each artist, it just curates a playlist for me. So. I don't mean to, but it's just like, because you listen to this, you'll love this. And I'm like, I do.
People give me a hard time when I say that your home is owned by the bank. You don't own your home until it's paid off. And that's basically what the car companies are doing here. That's what this is making it easier for the bank to get your car back. Mm-hmm. However, it's financed, right? So Ford is like, we've got this awesome idea to make sure that if somebody misses car payments, that the car can drive off.
But tow truck companies got to hate this if they're the ones doing the repos. Like, that's part of how they make money.
Well, not only that, but a car driving itself, they tell you it's right around the corner. It's not. It's like 50 years away. Autonomous vehicles, as much as they've been shining that sunshine up our ass.
Cars back, though.
What's that?
This will be the thing that pushes it into high gear if it's for the benefit of banks.
Yes, if banks can get their repossessed vehicles back, they will fast track this software.
There's two things that move technology faster than anything. One, pornography. Two, money. Just people being able to take advantage and corporations being able to benefit. Corporations would be like, yeah, we'll make this go.
But did they think about the loopholes of people like, what if someone lays in front of their car so it doesn't move? Or like, what if it's parked in the garage or you have a gate? At the end of your
You've seen autonomous vehicles, right? When they test them, they run people over all the time. You think that's going to stop the bank from running you over with your own car? Be like, hey, shouldn't have laid down in front of the car, homie.
I would sue. I'm like, now you're going to give me my car back and you're going to give me a settlement. Now.
The bank and the car company is going to go, I'm sorry, you have to sue your vehicle. Your car is what ran you over. You're going to have to sue an inanimate object.
Or you have to sue the person that is responsible for the car getting repossessed, which is you, so sue yourself.
Because that's right.
They know how to put the language in to make sure that they will not be at fault.
No. There's going to be no loopholes whatsoever. You're not going to catch them on a technicality.
And everybody else, nobody reads the terms and conditions.
Nope.
They're just going to be like, oh, I got a new truck? Yay.
Could you
There is
imagine?
probably something in Poundcake's owner's manual that says, hey, your entertainment system might not work as advertised if your software is old on your phone.
Yeah, if it's not up to date.
Dude,
But this is going to be great news for people who are writing country songs. Because it's going to be, I drove my woman away, and then my F-150 drove itself away. That's a song right there. Start writing that song. My lady and my truck both left me today. That's another song. They write themselves. So you thought country music was bad before. Just wait until the autonomous repossessions begin.
I repossess my heart. They repossess my truck.
That's right. I put the P.O. in repo. I was not pleased. I lost my dog, and then my truck left. And I asked my woman to stay behind, but she was in the flatbed of my truck.
I was gonna say, what about the people who keep a shoddy in like their front seat of their truck?
A shoddy or a shoddy?
Shoddy.
Oh, I like to keep a shoddy in the flatbed of my truck.
It is crazy that trucks are still such a big seller in this
Women
country.
love trucks. Like women love to drive them, and women love men who have them, from what I'm told.
From what I'm told.
Like
He is the person I go to in a situation like
For all
this.
truck information.
I'm just saying, women
She
love...
thinks my tractor's sexy. That's like an old Kenny Chesney song.
Well,
The bigger the truck, you know, they feel
the
like...
bigger the cuck.
Possibly. And
Make
they,
that,
they be down.
someone write that country song.
There you go. That's right. My heart got repossessed by my cuck truck as it drove away.
I would love it. Well, actually, a truck is not my dream car. I've always
A
wanted...
truck is not your dream car, really?
A Jeep.
You're the one who always wants to butch yourself up. Drive a truck.
I want a Jeep. A Jeep is a car, I told you, for every occasion.
I know.
It could be sporty. It could be, formal. It could be...
A formal Jeep.
I don't know. I like cars that
It
I can
is, like, you could
that
dress-
fit places, and I like Jeeps
Depending on
and
which one you get.
yeah, but like just trying to park in the there's people that will drive their big Jeeps and trucks in this garage up where we park, and they are struggling to get through. They can barely park it. They're taking
Our parking garage is pretty tight, too.
Yeah, they're taking up like the whole spot. You always got to worry about people. Yeah, I don't need that.
Our parking garage leaks, too. Like, when
I
when
know,
it's
right?
pouring,
I'm not going up the parking
leaving
steps.
last night, like, pouring rain, and I'm, like, running a gauntlet on the steps to get to the actual parking level, and it's just dripping and pouring everywhere. I'm like, this is fun. I'll be soaking wet when I finally get into my car. But, yeah, no, I'm a guy who likes, I'm not a car guy by any stretch of the imagination, but I like sedans. I just like cars. And so, like, my brother who drives, like, one of those goddamn Yukons, people driving tanks and stuff.
Yeah, I like old trucks. I think old trucks are great. Like, I love old Broncos are very cool. Even just like an old F-150 from, like, my buddy drives a 1990 F-150.
They last a long time.
Yeah, it
if you
looks
keep them
good,
up,
and
they-
it's just the way they all look now. There's some good looking ones, but they're just a little too modern for me. And it's funny too because growing up working for my dad and being in this truck, it's a work truck, so it was always dirty. We were using them for their intended purpose. And now you're seeing these trucks, and they have so many extras and bells and whistles and stuff like that. I'm like, who is this for? Because
the cabin has gotten
bigger.
bigger and the bed has gotten smaller.
Right.
So it's clearly not for people who are hauling a lot
No,
of stuff. It's for people who want to kind of
They just want to say they have a truck.
have the truck vibe.
Yeah.
And
now they're also so big because of the emissions regulations that were put in place in 2008 so that they could say, like, well, it's got to have this certain amount of gas mileage for however much it weighs or whatever size it is. So they just, instead of making them more fuel efficient, they just made them bigger.
Right.
So,
well, you got to have them. You got to have them big out there if you're going to be rolling coal.
Yeah, right.
I'm still...
If you're not rolling coal,
You got no balls, man.
You don't have balls unless you're rolling coal, man.
You ain't got no balls unless you're rolling coal, man.
You don't have balls unless you're rolling coal, man.
Yeah. You what?
I'm still getting used to the width of, like, my car now. Like, I'm
Glad you said my car. Wasn't sure where that was going.
No, I'm still getting
Just
used to
getting.
it.
Oh, good for you.
Just getting used to the width. Yeah, but is your car, it's wider than your Mercury Moulin,
I don't
right?
know, but I'm not used to sitting up high as I am, and just it feels different. I don't know if it is wider. It may not be, but it feels wider.
Well, it doesn't handle the same, that's for sure, because of it being more.
It's got a higher center of gravity.
Yeah, it's got a higher center of gravity, so that's gonna make you feel clunkier.
Yeah, I feel like.
And for the nervous driver, that's a perfect car for you.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Ellen, what if you're in your car and it kidnaps you? I imagine that it would probably sense if there was someone
I'm sure
in the
they'll put
car.
eject buttons.
Yep.
In there, just like shoot you out the roof.
That's what I'm talking about, though. Like stuff like that could happen if you can program a computer to drive away a car to drive away. Can't you program that same car to like take over, like manual override when you're in it?
Dead or alive, you are coming with me.
If someone wanted to hack your car and be like, bitch, I said you not going to the fair. Like, you're coming home. Like, moms can do that. A neighbor could do that. Someone could do that and then park your car.
Oh, there'll be all kinds of people that will immediately find the workarounds for it.
Mm-hmm.
So we're resting on that.
Well, again, autonomous vehicles are half a century away. You talk to any engineer and they're like, it's a bunch of bull shrimp. This right around the corner nonsense that companies put out there just so they can continue to get funding.
I'm going to say big potholes everywhere. How are they going to do that? You just going to drive and then they're like, now you need a wheel alignment. Like, because you drove over a pothole.
He's got some thoughts on that.
I'd hope if you have a truck and you drive over a pothole, it doesn't mess up your alignment that
Depends
fast.
on how big the pothole.
And how big the truck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And a couple of variables there. Hey, I have to go to a break, but I did want to mention, we're not there yet, but Tom Sizemore's family has been told that he has no hope of recovery. A couple of days ago, they said that actor Tom Sizemore had an aneurysm or something, and this is a guy who has cheated death on more than a handful of occasions because of his years of substance abuse and just wild living. And I guess late last week, he had a brain aneurysm or something like that. Yeah, he had a brain aneurysm on February 18th as the result of a stroke. And he's been hospitalized ever since. He's in a coma in ICU. And his manager, his family, they've all been told that there is no hope for his recovery. So now they're trying to figure out his end-of-life care. The doctors informed the family that they have to recommend an end-of-life decision. Tom Sizemore, a great actor in a ton of great movies. His personal life aside, he was embroiled with the Heidi Fleiss thing, and he was on Celebrity Rehab, But everybody who ever worked with the guy was like, we'd really like him to get his act together because he's a great actor. Saving Private Ryan, Black Hawk Down, Heat. He was Michael Chirito, one of my favorite movies of all time. True Romance. He was in Natural Born Killers. Strange Days, another wildly underrated movie, I think. And then, down the road, he did a lot of direct-to-video because he was just getting in trouble all the time. But Tom Sizemore is not far away from... So if you had him in your celebrity death pool, you're going to be cashing in on that in probably a matter of days. Once they decide the end-of-life care, that's what kind of struck me when we were with my dad when he was dying this past summer, is when you finally make that decision, I guess you kind of have this false sense of security because you don't realize how much work the machines are doing. And when someone goes off the machines or they wean them off whatever medications they're on or whatever, once those machines are off, holy cow, is that fast. So fast. And so if Tom Sizemore has been in a coma in ICU, for 10 days, they're like, well, he's not coming out of it. Family is asking for privacy. Despite putting out a press release, they're asking for a privacy. He's 61 years old, so not old by any stretch.
If I have that kind of end-of-life care and there's multiple machines keeping me alive, I want there to be a wheel you spin, and then whatever it lands on, that's what you unplug. So you go through one by one. Game. Yeah, exactly.
Respirator.
There you go.
Yeah, but aren't you only on a couple of? You're on a respirator. Like that's what's helping you breathe.
Okay.
What else is there?
Well, then
you mean like the morphine drip?
Yeah, I didn't know if there's.
Keep him breathing. Take him off the morphine.
Do you have a trach?
I don't know. However many machines there
No,
are.
not
I want there to
always.
be- if it's just a respirator, then I want you to blow it and just fill it with weed smoke and let me just go out high as a kite.
Fill it with weed smoke.
Weed smoke and the
weed every
morphine.
day.
It's gonna. I want to go out partying.
Sir, I'm sorry. You can't do that in the. Hold on. I'm over here spinning the wheel, all right? To determine Bill's end-of-life care. Blow weed smoke into his respirator. He's really going to enjoy that.
Smoke weed every day.
Well, it's, listen, something we've all got to consider. End-of-life care. If you're lucky. You know, if you die in a car wreck, you know, the Ouija board only told Poundcake that he would be dead in 5 years.
Oh, it did say something.
It didn't
to do
say
with
the
Little
manner in
Debbie.
which, huh?
It had to do with Little Debbie.
Oh, he's
snack
going to choke
cakes.
on a little Debbie snack cake.
Not
right.
necessarily choke on it. He could get crushed by a bunch of them.
Crushed by, what, a pallet?
Mm-hmm.
Boy, that seems unlikely.
I mean,
it
does, but
yeah.
Is it?
I mean, given his love of snacks, it seems more likely that he would choke on one as he's shoveling them into his face.
We're just saying we don't
on one of his
know.
off days from working out.
Well, we'll see. Because I don't really mess with Little Debbie's like that. I told y'all.
I know. That's why it's going to be so shocking.
Not even Star Crunch?
No.
Wow. Not even oatmeal cream pies?
I don't like any of those. No.
What about mini muffins?
What about regular cream pies?
Mini muffins.
Mini muffins are good.
The mini muffins.
What about spring brown? What about zebra cakes? No zebra cakes?
Wait, I don't even know what a zebra
Homie. They're black and white striped. I mean, you know what a zebra is, right?
Oh, yeah, no, I don't eat those. No.
All right.
I haven't eaten those since I was a kid.
No, I haven't either, but they're delicious.
No, it's too mushy.
What about Nutty Buddies?
Not his kind of nutty buddy.
I've got to take a break.
It's not like the Little Debbie kind. He makes his own.
Yeah. Alan, don't forget Tom Sizemore on It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Oh, God, what a great... He was the lot lizard truck driver. He wanted to get with Mac and Charlie, I think. I got to take a break. If you want to text for anything, 35192. You can watch if you like at AlanCoxShow.com and listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
If you were a rich celebrity with housekeepers, do you think if your spouse was cheating on you, any of your staff would fess up if they witnessed it?
No, you never.
Where are
Never,
the
Rover.
security cameras? Aren't these people have I have Ring cameras all throughout my house. If you walked in, I would see you. I could see what you were doing.
What about the back door? No, I'm actually not. I'm actually go in the back door.
Wait, what? I have a Ring camera that faces my back door.
Okay.
Sure you do.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our
Call the Alan Cox Show.
Thanks for turning me on and allowing me to spend this time with you. I hope I can turn you on.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192. Want to send a text. The Mighty Gojira doing that tour with Mastodon this summer. I was talking about our new metal show here on MMS. We're postponing it by a week because we were going to get cut in by the Cavs game on Saturday night. So the show is called 2 Hours to Midnight. I'm your host along with Corey Roddick and Pat Butler. And as many Saturdays as we can do it, we're going to do it. 10 to midnight on Saturday nights. Brand new metal show here on MMS. There is an email address. Local bands hitting me up because we want to dig into some of that too. It's going to be stuff that I like, that Corey likes. We are the triumvirate of metalheads here at iHeart. And so we'll be your hosts week to week on this show. And it'll be a lot of stuff that we dig, but we want to hear from local bands. The email is the number 2htm@wmms.com. A number of bands have already sent me some of their stuff. If we like it, we'll play it. But we'll be telling you about shows that are coming through, and we'll have tickets for shows and blah, blah, blah. So we're very excited to do it. We're going to launch it this Saturday night, but the Cavs game was conceivably going to be an issue. So we're going to premiere it on March the 11th. That is a week from this Saturday. That'll give us an extra week to prepare for you. So 10 o'clock, March the 11th, we'll kick off 2 hours to midnight here on MMS. Hey, today is the last day of February, which means by my math, let me check my notes. Tomorrow is the first day of March, which means there'll be a brand new promo code at CLE Clothing Company. Today's the last day you can use the promo code HEARTTHROB and get 20% off. If you haven't seen that Buzzard St. Patty's Day shirt, that is an online-only situation, so pre-order that. Because those go very, very quickly anytime we drop a new Buzzard item. Cleveland Clothing's website. But otherwise, if you find yourself in one of their stores today, or even online, you can use Heartthrob today. And then we'll have a brand new promo code for you tomorrow to kick off March. What would that be?
Lucky?
You're warm.
Okay, then that takes away my guess.
You were going to guess lucky?
I was going to guess madness, but if he's warm.
Madness, yeah, well, that too. No.
Clover?
No, you're dancing around it.
Gold.
Nope. Gold! Use the promo code GOLD! Shamrock is what I was looking for. Use the promo code GOLD for 20% off. No. Shamrock is what we were looking for. Get it? Because of rock?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have it in me when I said, hey, can I pick the code word again? Because I'm kind of 1-1 with picking the code words now. You know, Cleveland Clothing used to have me picking the code words until I got too weird with them. Because I thought that was kind of
funny.
Funny, and that's what I'm all about, the funny. And so recently I was like, hey, let me start picking the promo codes again. And they go, okay. So February, I gave them Throb for Valentine's Day. And they were like, they met me halfway. Let's do Heartthrob. Okay. This time I go, let's just do Shamrock. It's easy. I wasn't going to come up with something, I don't know.
Blarney.
Promo code Blarney. No, so Shamrock beginning tomorrow and through the entire month of March will be, March already, boy.
I know.
Will be your promo code. Happy birthday today, by the way, to anybody who is a leap year baby. I think next year is a leap year. But if you know anybody born on February 29th, the couple of leap year people that I know, they celebrate on February the 28th. I think the move is to only celebrate your birthday every 4 years. I think people, especially adults, kids, obviously, it's a different situation. But when you're an adult, like anywhere, I say north of what's the last milestone birthday? 16? I mean, people say 21. Who cares? Everybody's drinking before they're 21 anyway.
I said 25.
Because you can rent a car. But, I mean, insofar as making your birthday a big deal, I think anything north of like 16, silly.
Why did the 30, my dirty 30, I think that's the last one probably.
Yeah, but that's like, you're a grown-ass man by that time.
But it
like
is a
what?
milestone birthday.
I think
well,
if
what
you get to
though?
100, that's a milestone.
But then you could say that, 100's a milestone. It's a legit milestone. But you could say that every 10th birthday is a milestone. You go,
okay,
it's
well,
my
then,
20th,
yes.
my 30th, I mean. But people don't celebrate their 20th. They celebrate their 21st. And the only people who make a big deal about their 30th birthday is people who are terrified of getting older.
That's not true.
Yes, it is. Why would you, as a grown man, make a big deal about your 30th birthday?
There's a dirty 30. Like the death of your 20s, and you're like 30.
The death of your 20s?
Yes.
The death of your 20s. See, words give you away. And when people talk about the death of their 20s, they go, "No, I'm 30." Nobody goes, "Yay, I'm 30. I got through those awful 20s." A lot of people, they do that because it seems that you just said it. They lament that their 20s are gone. And they go, "It's my dirty 30."
I don't know about that. I think you're allowed to celebrate.
Well, you're allowed to do whatever you want.
A birthday like that.
You're allowed to do whatever you want. Bill, did you have a dirty 30 birthday party?
Not that
you didn't even know me then.
I think he
wasn't
did.
even on the show yet.
I didn't know you when you were 30.
I think we did.
Yeah, maybe I did.
30th. We knew each other a little bit, but we weren't like, I wasn't on the show
passing,
yet.
right? Yeah.
Like
Our wives were friends.
Yeah. Let's see. What did I think I did one. I don't remember.
A dirty 30.
I don't remember. It definitely wasn't like a dirty 30. I didn't have that kind of thing, but I'm sure I celebrated somehow.
Yeah.
I don't remember it being like specifically focused on me turning 30 years old.
I mean, I guess if you're, Poundcake's a single guy, but whatever, right? It's all, when I turned 30, I was married with a kid. So,
yeah,
whatever.
Whatever, Alan.
What are you going to do?
I mean,
so what are you going to do when you turn Poundcake? I mean, theoretically, because we know that Ouija board says you'll die at 35, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say on the infinitesimal possibility that the Ouija board is incorrect, and then you go on to live a long and fruitful life. Well, you go on to live a long life.
Maybe.
What will you do for your 40th?
Probably a trip. I'm over like parties. I'm all about the trips now. I don't want any presents. I don't want
No, you should have experiences.
Yeah, I'm all for the trips. Like the fact that we were out of town and we did something that was perfect, because I've always done things for other people's birthdays. Like the Chicago trip was a birthday trip. I feel like Toronto was a birthday trip as well. I feel like anytime I go on a trip, it's for someone else's birthday. This was like a joint birthday because we all have them close together. But still, I got to a place I never knew, I'd never been to before. Stayed in a cabin, chef, the whole nine. So I'm all about doing that from now on.
I've been browsing, just whatever you do on Zillow, Poundcake, is kind of what I've been doing on Airbnb lately.
It's interesting,
where
isn't
I
it?
just go to the mansions and just look through them, and they're not super, like if you get a crew of people together,
you can afford it.
You can afford it, and it's very tempting to go stay in some of these gigantic mansions and just
Isn't
make that your trip.
The house that we stayed in.
Isn't it also amazing what awful taste a lot of rich people have
Oh,
in
yeah.
decoration? Like, money doesn't buy you taste. Right? At the very least, like, hire a decorator or something. It's wild.
Well, a lot of the stuff
the houses, you're like, oh my God, what, is Dracula living in here?
But it's very dated stuff because these mansions have sat empty for
old
quite
money
some time.
or whatever.
But also, you see how expensive and inexpensive where you live is, because when we stayed in Colorado, the house we stayed in was a $2.5 million house. And so I automatically called it a mansion. I'm like, it's $2.5 million. Of course it's going to be a mansion. And we get there, and don't get me wrong, it is a nice house in a very hoity-toity neighborhood. It's overlooking the mountains. They had a hot tub, but it was by
overlooking the mountains. How high was this house?
Well, we were in Breckenridge, so we were on like a house on a hill.
They were overlooking mountains.
Like you could see mountains.
Wow. A mountain view
in the distance
is what he meant.
Oh, Well, he said overlooking
I know,
the
but
mountains.
he's a dumb boy, so he doesn't use words correctly.
Okay. I know what he meant. I'm just breaking his balls.
I know.
But it was by no means a mansion, and it was $2.5 million. And I'm like, I cannot believe this house. It was 6 bedrooms, but I was like, I can't believe this house is. We're staying in a multi-million-dollar house. Like it made no sense to me.
Oh yeah, my buddy he and his wife have lived in L.A. for 10 years now, 10 plus years, and they both no kids, my age, and they both have really good jobs, make a ton of money. And I was like, "Are you ever gonna buy your house?" It's not a huge house. It's like a smallish LA bungalow. And he goes, no, they still rent their house. Because he's like, I'm not going to pay $2.5 million for this bungalow.
Yeah.
He's like, whoever owned the house has since died, but specified that the whoever's dealing with the rent now, the company or whatever, couldn't jack the rent up. So he's like, it's a great house. He goes, he goes, it's all we need. We will rent until they kick us out. He's like, because otherwise we'd have to pay $2.5 million for this little bungalow. So yeah, it's silly.
I just sent you this Airbnb on to the group chat, and it's like $1,500 a night, and it's in Kentucky, and it is a palace. But talk about that gaudy, rich designer style.
It's like Trump's apartment in New York.
Yeah, if you look through it, and like I mean, I would love to stay here just because it's so big, and you know, it's ridiculous, but it is very like. The walls are painted with like scenery, and so it's just real tacky looking, but ginormous. Just like
there's a great show,
place.
and I don't know what it's on. We stumbled onto it on Hulu. I don't know what channel it originates from, but it's Retta, the comedian. She's on Parks and Rec.
Yeah.
She hosts this show, The Ugliest House in America, and she goes to 4 different parts of the country and looks at 4 houses in that part of the country. And then each week, one of those is designated the ugliest house, and then they all go head-to-head, and then one wins at the end. So I think it's only like a 4 or 5 week thing. It is wild what's in these houses. Like one family bought an old school, but didn't have the money to really tear things out. Another family is living in a funeral home.
Oh, no.
And didn't have the money to tear things out. And so I'm like, oh, my God. So
that's the thing. If you are going to buy one of these places, you got to have either money or time or just know how to actually renovate the place so you're not just living.
Well, but they get them because they're like, we wanted a house and it was so low.
Yeah.
Right? They're like, yeah, it's an old funeral home, but nobody wants it. So the price was so low. We have a house. Yeah. But it's bananas inside. Alan, I cried and masturbated when I turned 30 and 40. Imagine that.
I masturbated for sure.
I mean, why the crying, though? Why the crying? You grew up Catholic, too, or? Alan, my wife is a realtor. She'll show me pictures of multi-million-dollar homes with some of the worst decor inside.
I don't know why they don't just get it staged.
One home was overtly sexual, naked paintings of everyone, of people of all ages.
Oh, really?
You know,
that's a red flag.
What did Bob Wall say in Batman? You know why the rich are so different? Because they can afford to be. Naked paintings everywhere. Listen, I don't have a problem with that. Naked paintings of people. You walk into somebody's house like that, you know what's up. You know the terrain in which you're currently deployed. You go, hey, all right. When this guy parties, he parties. If you want to leave us messages on the iHeartRadio app, you can do it there. A little talkback button for you.
Hey, Alan. Not sure if you ever watched Sons of Anarchy. There's a character named Half Sack. In real life, he killed his grandmother, and I want to say jumped off a roof in his Hollywood mansion or something of that nature. Or the police shot him, or he's in prison. Something crazy. But, yeah, he was a little touched in the head.
So many different options. He either jumped off of a roof, or he shot himself, or the cop shot him.
He kind of got some of it right. Yeah. Do you remember that story?
Not really.
Johnny Lewis was the actor. He's been dead now 12 years. 10 years. He died September of 2012. He was 28 years old. He murdered his landlady. He was on a bunch of shows. He was on Sons of Anarchy. He was on a bunch of stuff. And he dated Katy Perry back in the day. But he always had problems. He was like a Scientologist, and they put him through rehab. He was getting arrested all the time. He murdered his landlady. He had been arguing with her, and they found her stabbed to death in her home, and she was 81. And I think he had killed the dog or something, or her pet cat. He killed it, left it in the bathroom. They think that he fell off the roof because they found him on the driveway, and he was dead and bleeding from the head. And he didn't have any, for a guy who was constantly having substance abuse problems, they said he didn't have any substances in his system when he died. He didn't have any drugs, didn't have any alcohol, nothing. So this guy ends up freaking out, killing his landlady and the cat, getting up on the roof and then falling off. But yeah, he was on Sons of Anarchy. The character was Half Sack because he lost a nut in the story. I don't think in real life. Were we talking about celebrities who killed people? Oh, we were talking about Michael Jace, the dude from
The Shield.
Right. Yeah, because I got a message about that. Somebody calling me out.
Oh, in today's episode of All Black People Look the Same to Alan Cox podcast listener, you were talking about the TV bailiff from Judge Judy who killed his wife. Wrong. That was on the show Justice for All with Christina Perez as the judge. Different bailiff, different black guy. Absolutely hate the show, you racist piece of...
First off, Poundcake mentioned the bailiff who killed his wife, didn't he?
No, I didn't.
Oh, you didn't?
Oh, hell no, white man. You are not about to drag me in this grave with you. I did not say that.
First of all, what the hell is the other show he's talking about?
I don't know. There's
Christina Perez. I have to be familiar with that show to confuse it with another show. What was it? Judge Up with Christina Perez? I don't know that show. I thought a bailiff killed his wife.
And the only thing I know about that story
It's not that all black people look the same to me. All bailiffs look the same to me.
It went viral a few, like, I don't know. I saw it on TikTok where they're like, there's a moment where he's talking about something about like, oh, that's a red flag for your wife, something like that. He's like talking about relationship stuff, and then they're like, and he actually killed his wife. Like there's like
Wrong.
A thing
that
about
was
that.
On the show Justice for All with Christina Perez as the judge.
Justice for All with Christina Perez? I've never even heard of that show. Okay, well, there you go.
Now that I looked her up,
That's the guy who killed his wife was Christina Perez's bailiff. Are you sure it wasn't Bull from Night Court who killed his wife? You'll recall all bailiffs look the same to me. I'm a bailist, Bill. Okay, anyway, thank you. Devotion accuracy. There you go. Never heard of that show, but I believe you. I got to take a break here. On the way back, you want to get to a Monsters game. They're going to be playing the Grand Rapids Griffins a week from tonight at the Romo Fijo. I'll have 4 tickets for you for the Cleveland Monsters. You want to text for anything, 35192, and we'll be back.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio. Buzzard Radio.
The Buzzard.
Is Rover.
Just constantly entertained with mindless stuff.
Well, I come around.
Kent. MazdaofKent.com.
Oh yeah! It's time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
All right, you want to go see your Cleveland Monsters back on the ice. They're taking on the Grand Rapids Griffins from Michigan 1 week from tonight, Tuesday, March 7, at the Romo Fijo, right downtown. Tickets online, scheduling, everything else. ClevelandMonsters.com. I always like Monsters home games because when I leave work here, there's always tons of people in the street wearing their jerseys, headed to the game. I like to see that. Sometimes people give hockey short shrift, and they shouldn't. Monsters Griffins next Tuesday night. You get 4 tickets. Good luck. Call 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
You might have been just a voice man.
He's the man of 1,000 voices.
Greatest voice man that ever lived.
None of which will make you laugh.
But he never took a performance for granted.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I want to send a text 35192 to get me there. AlanCoxShow.com. You can easily watch the program if you like. Thank you so much to Gert Annandale for helping out back there in the video department. What is Gert short for? It's not Gertrude. Is it short for anything, or is that just the name?
Gertholomew.
Oh, Gertholomew.
Yeah.
You know, it sounds like a name that gets stuck in your throat, but I like these names because I would like to think that at some point they'll take off. That at some point they would, yeah.
Just got to wait for the babies to get born, and people will use these names to name their children.
You think anybody goes through our past live streams when I would love nothing more than for somebody to, because it's got to be the dude who convinces his wife. There's not going to be a woman that's like, well, let's name our kid Gert. So there's got to be one of our, I'm sorry, Gertholomew. I would love for there to be one of our male customers who convinces his spouse to grab one of our video assistants' names. I would just love that so much if that were the case.
It's better than a tattoo.
Just to go back through and see which name they like.
Just do a random one.
Let me pull one here randomly for you, and then we'll suggest a name if you want to name your kid. Let me go back into 2022. Let me go to December the 5th of just this last year. Jimmy Capmeadow. Nah, that's too...
See, sometimes the
you
first name's regular.
I was going to say, you think somebody could convince their spouse to name their son Jimmy?
That's pretty likely.
All right. Well, I picked the wrong one then.
Yeah.
Let me go to something a bit more unconventional. Go to... Well, we won't go that far back. Go to the 24th of January. Boxley with stanchion. Right? This is our son, Boxley.
Boxley's a great name. That's a strong name. Works for a boy or a girl. Love it.
You know, that is, as much as, it's interesting to me, as much as you have a contingent of the public who's constantly pissing and moaning about how people want to identify in modern life, those same people have no problem giving their child a name that is traditionally attached to the other sex, right? People love giving their daughter boys' names. You're setting them up for success. But Boxley, to Bill's point, works for a boy or a girl, right? People love having a little girl and naming her Charlie, or having a little boy and naming him Ruth. You know how many Ruth boys are out there now, right?
You should go with 1/20/23.
Okay.
January 20th.
January 20th.
That's a good one.
Of this year. It's not far back. Let me go back to January the 20th. And who helped us out that day? Chani Fingerly. That's a great name.
That's a great name. Chani works for a boy or a girl, too.
Yeah, Chani.
Chani.
Now, I assume that's short for Jonathan.
Chonald.
Oh, Chonald. You know, when I think I'm in a zig, I zag, and that's on me.
Let's go way back. Let's get way back. Let's try and find some. I'm going to go all the way back to 2021. It's going to take me a minute because we have to load all this crap. All right, we're going. Loading. All right, I'm not going to go that far back because it's taking too long. But we're going to go July 12th, 2022.
Mm-hmm. Last summer.
Jalonica.
Yeah.
Gorbsmetal.
Yeah, I like Jalonica.
Jalonica Gorbsmetal.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful name for a young strapping
There's
boy.
something melodic about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, never forget Jalonica Gorbsmetal, of course, former Cleveland Cavalier. Was a power forward in the mid-'70s. Hey, your Cavaliers are back on the hardwood. Is that what the kids are calling it? Back on the hardwood?
Yeah.
In Boston tomorrow night.
I love saying that.
Where do the Celtics play? The TD Arena? Or
TD Bank Center Arena Garden.
Something, sure. Cavs Celtics tomorrow night. It's a 7:30 tip-off in Boston and here on WMMS. 7 o'clock is when Cavs Live pregame will begin. And then they're back here at home on Saturday night to play the lowly Detroit Pistons. Of course, one night prior, that'd be Friday, March the 3rd, we will be preempted for Guardians baseball. We won't be here on Friday, but young Bill Squire will be headed out to Warren, Ohio to entertain the troops. You being the troops.
Yes, not the... I mean, if you are a troop, come on out.
Yep.
But you can get tickets by going to billsquire.com. Julia Mary's going to be hosting the show. She's a very, very funny comic from Cleveland. And Michael Copenhaver is going to be featured. So check out that show. Get tickets.
That sounds like somebody helping out.
I know it does.
Michael Copenhaver.
Copenhaver, I believe.
Copenhaver?
Yeah. I think that's his name, right?
Hey, Richard.
Yeah, Copenhaver.
Hey, Alan.
Hi.
Hey, y'all are talking about weird kids' names. My sister, 6 years ago, named her damn kid Cogswell Everett.
I love that. That's a great name. Cogswell's a great name.
What do they call him?
Coggy.
We call him Cogswell because she's a huge Jetsons fan. So she named her damn kid Cogswell Everett.
W.C. Cogswell. Yeah, Cogswell's Cogs, right.
Yeah.
Huh.
Man.
Poor kid gets his ass handed to him daily in school.
She didn't want to name him Jetson? Jetson Everett?
No.
Yeah, Cogswell.
No. Of all the Jetson characters to name someone after, like, not Elroy.
Elroy, yeah.
Cogswell.
Cogswell. Well,
Cogswell
listen.
was a jerk, too.
Well, her meaning was he's a shrewd businessman, and he's better than Spacely Sprocket, so that's why she named him Cogswell.
I don't know what kind of businessman your toddler's going to be.
6
what?
years old.
That's really putting a lot of pressure on this kid. You're going to be...
She's one of these new age parents that believe her kid she's a free range parent, as she puts it. Meaning she lets her kid do whatever the hell he wants to do. And
she's one that gets the kid into the tea place, and then the tea place goes, "Oh, we can't be having 6-year-olds in here anymore.
We're putting a ban on all Cogswells coming in here because they just can't control themselves." And free range parenting. I love it. That's a great way to just divest yourself of any responsibility in the arena of... Okay, thank you, Richard. There's Richard, who's got a nephew named Cogswell. We've been watching this show called The Parent Test. Anybody seen this show up on their... we stumbled into it. I think it's
I've not heard of this one.
ABC network show. It will only appeal to parents. But it's Allie Wentworth, who's married to George Stephanopoulos. She's a comedian and a writer, and it's her and this... pediatric behavioral psychologist or whatever, and they sit there and they have about a dozen pairs of parents from around the country who have different styles. So there's free-range parents, there's hippie parents, there's like the Asian tiger mom and tiger dad parents. And then they kind of not pit them against each other because it's a decidedly kind of supportive show. It's really not very clickbaity. It's a very interesting show. I mean, for if you're a parent, it might be worth kind of peering in on this show. Because I thought it was going to be really like them screaming at each other about how they're screwing up their kids. It's not like that at all. There's disagreements here and there, But everybody's kind of like along for the ride. It's very interesting. It's called the parent test.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So is it showing that, like, the hippie style, maybe they're more empathetic, or in the,
Yeah, there's a lot of B-roll of like, because they'll give the parents challenges. They'll be like, okay, have your child do something that they don't want to do. And how do you nudge them in the direction of doing something that maybe they're frightened of or scared of? There's another one where it's like role reversal. Like, today, you'll be the parents and we'll be the kids, to see how the kids, some of it's predictable, like the little girl who has the tiger mom and dad, the day that she gets to kind of have free reign, she goes bananas.
Yeah.
Because she's tired of violin practice at 3 years old or whatever. So, but it's an interesting show.
Do they have a control group of just like a regular, like, beat down, tired mom and dad that have both worked 8 hours or 10 hours a day, and they get home and they just, like latchkey type kid situation? That's what they need in that show to really even out the study.
No, they have a Mormon couple, a black guy.
Black Mormon.
And his wife, who's white, so they have biracial kids. I think the wife's really cute. She's got kind of a Gwen Stefani vibe. But everybody on the show, like, there's nobody that really jumps out at you as being a pain in the ass. It's just everybody kind of trying to do their best, and they have their own idea of how things should go. There's a single gay dad who's black who has the issue of trying to raise his son. The dad is single and black and gay. And he's like, I have a whole different set of concerns raising my son than white parents would have. It's a very interesting show.
I feel that.
Yeah. So it's called The Parent Test for people who haven't seen it.
I'm black and I'm gay.
That's right. Do the Browns really want a new stadium? Yeah. I was reading that the Browns want a new stadium. The team is denying that that's the case, but I think that they just don't want the initial outcry from the people who will be left holding the bag, which is us. They have a lot of balls asking for a new stadium. And they're like, well, First Energy Stadium was slapped together so quickly because they wanted to get it up and ready. It's like, that ain't our fault. Aren't people probably still, first of all, anybody who owns a team has just ginormous balls asking a city to foot the bill for a new stadium. Because they give you all that claptrap about how it's, beneficial. And yeah, there's, there's a revenue base there. But it's never as promised or as advertised. Justin Bibb, of course, the mayor of Cleveland, he's very big on community input. I would imagine he's a guy where new stadium for the football team is probably almost dead last on his priority list.
I would love that if we were going to pay for it, we get to name it too. No sponsored name rights. The people of Cleveland get to name it. So coming
Cogswell.
Soon, yeah, Cogswell. The new Stadium McStadium face coming soon to Cleveland, Ohio.
Live from Cleveland, Ohio tonight, the Cleveland Browns at the Stadium McStadium face, chosen as the site of the 2032 Super Bowl.
It would be nice if they made these stadiums in a way that they're functional for certain aspects on a daily basis.
Multi-purpose.
Yes, multi-purpose. If they could incorporate certain things so that they be used every day rather than just sitting empty all the time.
They do concerts sometimes.
Yeah, concerts
sometimes.
Summertime. But I'm talking about like if it's in like enclosed stadium, have aspects of it that can be used by the people that are paying for it on a daily basis. I don't think that's
they don't want us using it. They just want us paying for it.
Oh, I know, but that's what I'm saying. If they were to do so,
that's why a dome is a good idea.
Yeah, do a dome and make it have some aspects that people that live in Cleveland can use it on a regular basis, on a daily basis, whether it's some sort of like indoor workout facility, something. I don't know what exactly would fit into it or what would work in it, but I think there's a way to make it not just this giant structure that's only used for these big events.
Well, but when the team's lease with First Energy Stadium ends in 2028, so they're trying to get ahead of this, right? But especially in a place like Cleveland, this is very triggering for a lot of people because it's a city that already had the team leave one time.
Mm-hmm.
So that's always the threat, is they're like, we'll take the team. And it's like, man, you think another city's going to want the Cleveland Browns?
Oh, a team would take it. Another city would take it.
I mean, Des Moines, Iowa, but I mean, not a market like Cleveland. So the Haslams, who just bought the Milwaukee Bucks, or have a majority stake in it, by the way, they go to the city, hat in hand. They're like, hey, sell us some land. And Justin Bibb was like, no, because obviously he understands, and anyone running a city should understand, that it's always on the backs of the taxpayers. But they're saying that the lines of communication are still open, but the people in charge over there, the Browns, are denying those initial reports. But you know, of course, they're saying that. We want a new stadium. Put it smack dab in the middle of Parma. How about that?
Oh, my gosh. They're going to get – I don't even know why we're going through this. They're going to get what they want. Like,
not always.
Yes, they are. Yes,
why?
Always.
Not always. There have been plenty of cities like, no, we're not doing that.
Well, Cleveland's not one of those cities. They're going to get what they want.
Cleveland is – the people of Cleveland are already paying 3 or 4 venues ago.
Who cares?
We're still – because there's only so much money to go around.
No, there's not.
You can only – taxpayers?
Not for a corporation who wants what they want and they don't care.
What corporation? They're not footing the bill. They're asking taxpayers to do it.
Exactly.
We're still paying for the Romo Fijo.
But
you can only soak people for so much, especially in a place that's kind of downtrodden like Cleveland, Ohio.
But
this isn't New York City.
The Browns or the Haslams or whatever are not asking them for so much. They're asking you this time. Since when, if you're a corporation and you're trying to make money and there's an opportunity to get something you want paid for, you think they're going to be like, oh, no, they already paid for Romo Fijo. They already paid for this and that. No, they're going to see what they can get away with, and they'll get away with it.
No, the company will. Right. No one's denying that. The company will want it all paid for by other people. That's how you stay a billionaire. You get other people to pay for your interests. But the mayor of Cleveland, city council members and things like that, they can't go back to the people ad nauseum and go, well, guys.
Yes, they can. And they will.
They can.
They will.
But there's plenty of times where the city goes, nope. Watch. So that's why the threat is we'll take the team elsewhere. If everybody got what they wanted all the time, there would be no instances of teams defecting to other cities.
The team brings in too much money to the city.
Well, that's the argument that they'll make.
And they'll win. Because it's true.
But again, any project in any city, it's dereliction of duty if you're someone in city management and you're not taking the interests of the taxpayers into account. You can't just grease up and grab ankle. Justin Bibb is not Frank Jackson.
It's not even
That's
about
why
that.
he was elected. It is.
It's not about
It has to do with who's running the city and what they're willing to do. And that's why I said a guy like Justin Bibb, young dude, he's got a vision for the city. I don't precisely know what that is, but he doesn't strike me as a guy who's going to just bend over and grease up.
No, but he seems like the type of guy to be practical and know the cost-benefit analysis of keeping the Browns here and keeping them happy.
But you have to balance the practicality with the feasibility of a project like that. And you can't – people are going to be paying for the Romo Fijo for the next 15 years.
Also,
and you can't go to
Progressive
them –
Field is doing a bunch of updates, too, that are taxpayer-funded.
Yes. So what, is every team going to go, we're going to decamp to another city? We're going to be the Tampa Guardians. I mean,
It's going to be here because they look at it as, oh, this is going to pay for itself.
But it's not going to pay for itself.
But
we're going to pay for it.
But I understand that. But they're saying it brings in more business and more hype around the city. However,
but it never does.
How miserable
is Cleveland been hyped? Are people flocking to Cleveland? Do people flock anywhere because there's a brand new sports venue?
I mean,
you might get big playoff events and things.
But however miserable you think Cleveland is now, it would be even worse if there wasn't anything here. So
what happened? Well, there's a difference between there isn't anything here and you're down a team.
But you look at Lucas Oil Stadium in Indianapolis, and that is a stadium that they use for multiple events, and it's used much more often than just for football
Yeah.
games because it
Minneapolis, they've got a
yeah.
thing up there.
So I think if you're doing one of a stadium like that, it can be beneficial, but those also cost so much money to build.
I'm not saying there aren't benefits, but
Alan, I really think, and I love you for this because you really think that this all lies on Justin Bibbs' shoulders, and it doesn't. This is a lot of hands.
What of what I said did you get from that? No, it doesn't all lie on his shoulders. That's my point, is that he's not the guy that's making the decision, but he is a decision maker.
Okay.
There's no city where the mayor of the city gets shut out. Trust me, I'm as cynical as they come. But there's only a finite amount of tax revenue that you can soak the people for. And even if even if people vote it down, because what happens a lot is people will vote that kind of crap down, and the city will just go, well, we're going to do it anyway.
Yep.
But you can only do that so many times. You can only do that so many times.
Or what?
And Justin Bibb would probably like to get reelected as mayor of Cleveland. So you can only go to the people so many times and go, guys, listen, there's going to be more, what do they call them? Luxury taxes on whatever,
And that's what I'm saying. Yes, he would like to get reelected, but if he doesn't, they still get their stadium. His hands are tied, and he can only do so much. But I get what you're saying. But I think in this type of situation, a corporation's always going to win. It sucks, but it's big bank. Take a little bank.
Well, corporations don't always win. That's why sometimes they go, well, we're going to take the team then. And they go, okay, good luck. Hasta la vista. You're not going to become a winning team because you go to another city. No, I shouldn't say that.
Actually.
The Baltimore Ravens actually. But that wasn't because Baltimore was a better city. That was more market forces at work. But anyway, Jimmy Haslam bought 25% of the Bucs. Oh, I thought he bought a controlling interest in the Bucs. I thought he had like 51% or something. Okay, well, anyway, he's got a big chunk of the Bucs now. I've got a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com if you want to see our shining faces. And listen wherever on the iHeartRadio app.
Buzzard Radio.
The Buzzard
is
store for prices, hours, and participation which vary.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Basically, you just suck. Be honest with you.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
I bet that guy knows who this is. Oh my God, you suck. You know what? You blow, bro. Go, go, go.
You can't depend on your teacher. You can't depend on your preacher. You can't depend on politicians.
True, true, true.
And you can't depend on...
What do you think this is, Cody? You won't get it, but I want to know where your head goes. What do you think?
Van Halen.
I mean, I guess Van Halen could have done this song. It's a guy named Donnie Iris. Love is Like a Rock. There's a 40-year-old song. My Pittsburgh bureau chiefs were blowing me up. Donnie Iris, every area's got like their own rock stars, right? Cleveland had Michael Stanley. Pittsburgh had a couple. They got Joe Grishecki and the Haas Rockers. They also got Donnie Iris. Donnie Iris is 80 years old today. 80. This is a guy who never got fat, never stopped coloring his hair. If you're unfamiliar with Donnie Iris, it's like if Eugene Levy became a rock star. That's the vibe on Donnie Iris. But that's all you want, is you want a couple of hits, and you want to be able to keep doing what you're doing, have people love you when you're 80. People are going to love Poundcake when he's 80. Right? If he lives that long, he'll be having a dirty 80 birthday party. Think about that.
I'm going to be a dirty old man.
I hope.
I'm going to be a dirty
His
old
80,
man.
I hope. His what?
80s and 80s.
Yeah.
I'd be like, I only want male nurses to wash me.
Give you sponge baths.
So like, I don't want to go into room 14. There's old radio personalities on there. He's pervy.
Old radio personality.
I don't even know what
you will have been
radio is by then.
Yeah, you will have been off the air for like 45 years.
He used to do radio back in the day. He used to call him Poundcake, and boy, he is something.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's all anybody wants to be, is something. Right? Down the road, they go, that guy's something.
Every time I walk into the room, he always says, afternoon, white people. I think he's trying to relive the glory days.
He's got dementia. This guy thinks he's still on the radio back there. And they go, what's radio? And they go, it was this dumb thing
What if there's
from years ago.
a show on in 50 years where they're doing bits the way we do with like the Get Down, but there's someone doing the Poundcake character stuff. So he's
I'm
doing,
like, that's
he's
me.
Doing,
I
he's
was
doing a
first.
sports break. He's saying afternoon white people, like just doing all this
completely
stuff.
jacks my style.
No, he's doing like a tribute / parody of it.
What if I end up
Tribute
in like
/ parody, yeah.
What if I end up in the Radio Hall of Fame for Cleveland? Do they have a Cleveland Radio Hall of Fame, or is it all out of Chicago?
I think they have a Cleveland Broadcaster Hall of Fame.
I
right?
think there's, there's a Cleveland Association of Broadcasters. Yeah, there's probably an Ohio Broadcasting Hall of Fame. The National Radio Hall of Fame is out of Chicago. It's
right?
some guy's basement, I think.
The CAB? What a coincidence. Those are my initials, too.
Yeah.
You're a shoo-in now.
Yeah, look at that. Oh God, speaking of bits, I wanted to do. Alan, you were kind of dogging on the monotone AI voices. I was talking yesterday or the day before about. I think it was yesterday. We were talking about the radio AI that's coming down the pipe.
Yeah, it's yesterday.
For like people who are just DJs, right? But it's going to get to the point where they'll easily be able to replace me with the Snarkbot 5000 or whatever. You guys were kind of dogging on the AI voices that were showcased, and they're pretty bad, but the technology itself is ahead of where people think it is. And there are a couple of services, I've heard about this too, where just a few minutes of somebody's isolated voice and they can perfectly copy them and sound believably human. And so this person emailed me and they go, I attached 2 clips I trained it on a couple of minutes of your voice and then made the dialogue. And I wrote them back. I'm like, is this supposed to be me? And I didn't hear a follow-up on that because it doesn't really sound like me, I don't think.
I think it's supposed to be your dialogue, but I don't think it's supposed to sound like you. But let's hear it.
Yeah.
After the break, we got 2 tickets to see the second coming of Hitler. That's Reich, folks. Fourth caller gets 2 free tickets to the second coming of the Fuhrer. Coming at you right after this quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Did they just put in stuff?
Radio Sandusky.
Yeah.
Second clip, I added some stutters and used caps to make it emphasize certain words, and you can mask how artificial it sounds. It's scary how good these are getting. Yeah, there are a lot of articles, too. However remedial AI might currently be, it'll be leaps and bounds in a very short period of time, you know? And that's what they have to contend with now is, like, people being accused of saying things they didn't say.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's, like, Joe Rogan audio deepfakes online or Joe Biden audio deepfakes. Probably other people not named Joe.
There was a Joe Rogan and who's the little guy with the dry wife?
Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, Ben
Can't
Shapiro.
get his wife wet.
Yeah. They were going back and forth, and oh god, it was really funny. And it was, I can't remember what the topic was, but it was like something absolutely like ridiculous and silly, but had both of their positions on it firmly within their persona.
Yeah.
Oh god, what was it?
But that's what they're doing. And so you, whether it's video deep fakes, which is going to be a nightmare when it comes to things like politics and campaigning. And I mean, you know, think about dirty tricks and then think about it in the arena of AI. Nobody's going to know what to believe anymore.
It's Ben Shapiro and Joe Rogan talking about getting ratatouille'd. So Joe Rogan's like, I want to get ratatouille'd. And Ben Shapiro's like, how can you ratatouille someone? You can't ratatouille somebody. You're talking about food. Food is not what's happening there. You can't make that into a verb. And it's absolutely ridiculous, but hilarious.
Well, here's the other clip the other guy sent me.
Well, it seems to be that all you see anymore, it's all violence and movies and sex on TV. Where are those good old-fashioned values that we used to rely on? Where are they? Luckily, though, I have the answer. There's a Family Guy, a man who absolutely can do all the things that make us laugh or cry.
You're just using the Family Guy theme song there.
So, is that true?
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's pretty wild. The quantum leaps that this is going to be taking. You just sent me this?
Yeah. And I think it's clean. I don't think he...
I just think I would love to get ratatouille'd.
Ratatouille'd?
Like have a little guy up there.
Excuse me?
You know, making me cook delicious meals.
No, I understand. I've seen the film.
You wouldn't want that? A little guy pulling your hair, making you cook?
This isn't just taking clips of each of them and interspersing them to make it sound funny. This is an AI thing?
I don't exactly know, but it does make me happy.
His voice sounds a bit off.
Yeah.
Shapiro's voice.
And I don't know if they would have this much ratatouille stuff that sounds... So I think it is AI.
Somebody else sent me, where's the other thing here? Somebody else sent me an actual script. I gave you yours, Poundcake.
You did.
Yeah. Oh, the Alan Cox Show brought to you by ChatGPT. Bill, here's your script.
Okay, thank you.
Printed these out for you. And we'll do a little AI ACS here.
Hey!
There you go. So somebody writes me and they go, hey, I was listening to you guys talk about AI, so on a lark, I asked ChatGPT to write a segment of your show. I think your job is safe for now. This is from AJ from Macedonia. You know, every time I've gone on that ChatGPT, it says that you can't get on, like it's crashing the server or whatever. So I have yet to dick around with that at all. So this person, AJ out in Macedonia, asked ChatGPT to write a segment of this show. Me, Bill, Poundcake. So we're just going to read the script as the AI wrote it.
All right.
Okay, are you ready?
I'm very excited about this.
Welcome back to the Alan Cox Show. We've got a lot to get to today, but first let me introduce my co-hosts. Say hello to Bill Squire and Poundcake.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, everybody.
All right, let's jump right into it. Bill, I heard you went to a really interesting party over the weekend.
Yeah, it was wild. There was a guy there who had a pet snake, and he was letting people hold it and take pictures with it.
Oh, hell no. I wouldn't touch that thing.
Yeah, snakes aren't really my thing either, but what else happened at the party?
Well, there was also this guy who was really into conspiracy theories. He was going on and on about how the moon landing was fake.
Oh, God, not one of those guys.
Did you engage with him at all, Bill?
A little bit, but it was clear he wasn't going to be swayed by anything I said. I just let him do his thing.
Well, that's probably for the best. You never know what you're going to get into when you start arguing with conspiracy theorists.
Speaking of arguments, did you guys see the video of the guy that got into a fight with the McDonald's employee over a missing chicken nugget?
Oh, yeah, that was insane.
What kind of person gets upset over a chicken nugget?
I don't know, but I hope they catch the guy and throw him in jail.
All right, we've got a lot more to get to today, including some big news out of Washington. But first, let's take a quick break and hear from our sponsors. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Here you go. That's what ChatGPT cranked out, courtesy of AJ out there in Macedonia.
He didn't write this last part. Caution, this message originated from outside the company. Please take all precautions when
I don't
opening
think so.
attachments or links.
Hey. There you go, a little AI for you. Okay, well, huh?
AI ACS.
Yeah.
I like it.
Oh, yeah. Very exciting. Well,
I did go to a party with a snake this weekend, so that's crazy.
You went to a party with a snake? Oh, come on.
Yeah.
That would have been the perfect
That'd have been crazy.
little dovetail. It would have been crazy. I was at a party. Poundcake went to a party where a guy was letting everybody touch his snake.
That's the only parties I attend.
The only parties. He goes, will there be a snake on site? And they go, yes.
As long as there's no anteater, I'm good.
Well, it'll be one thing that AI radio hosts won't have to worry about is getting called out. Hello? Is getting called out for... I'm not even sure how to set this up, but I love it, and I want to play it for you. You know who Michael B. Jordan is?
Yes.
Right? Michael B. Jordan, he's been an actor for a long time. He was an actor as a kid. And he has done this third Creed movie. And he was in Black Panther.
He was Killmonger in Black Panther. He got his start on Friday Night Lights.
There you go.
It's been a ton
Was he
of things.
paralyzed in Friday Night Lights, or was that somebody else?
You're thinking of Drake on Degrassi.
No, I'm not thinking of that. There was a paralyzed guy in Friday Night Lights, right?
I don't remember.
I thought Taylor Kitsch or one of those guys was paralyzed. Anywho.
He may have had like a seat, but I think maybe he got paralyzed in the later seasons. I don't remember.
Michael B. Jordan, which, by the way, I watched weekend before this last. I finally watched Wakanda Forever.
What'd you think?
I got a little teary.
Yeah.
Yeah, those Marvel movies, boy. I go, Jesus, this thing's like 2 hours, 2.5 hours. It's like almost 3 hours long. You're like halfway through the movie and things haven't even gotten going yet. But I liked it, right? Anyway, so Michael B. Jordan is doing a red carpet for Creed 3, which is out. And the girl who interviews him starts telling him how they go way back from school. And he goes, oh, I remember you used to make fun of me. And then she tries to backtrack, even though she was on a podcast bragging about how apparently somebody pointed him to the podcast. So she had been on a podcast bragging about how corny he was as a kid because he brought his headshot to school and they all mocked him. And so on the red carpet, she tries to play it off like they're friends. Yeah. And he's like, nah, I remember.
He's like, no, you're not going to back out of this one.
Oh, God, it's so...
I mean, let's be honest. Bringing a headshot to school, you're going to get made fun of for that.
True. Yeah, what are there, scouts in the parking lot? I mean,
Right.
or whatever, but it was funny.
You know, we know each other. We go way back all the way to Chad Science in Newark, okay?
The corny kid, right?
No, I did not say that. Misquoted for sure. No, you did not hear me say I said we used to make fun of the name. But yeah, he is obviously killing things out here.
Why not just own
How
it? Just be like, yeah,
uncomfortable.
you were a corny kid. It's okay.
How uncomfortable. Yeah, because now he's out there. He's like, yeah, I'm Michael B. Jordan. He's like, I remember. Yeah, you used to make fun of me all the time. No, that wasn't me. Yeah, it was.
I feel like that is.
I remember you.
I feel like that is a corny move now, though. Like to do that, to like put her on blast like that.
Oh, so you're saying he's being corny here?
I think that is a corny move. Yeah.
He didn't put her on blast. She's trying to play it off like they're old friends,
Yes,
and he's
but
like, "No, you made fun of me in school."
Yeah,
I do the same thing.
But what's the point now?
Now you're an entertainment reporter, and you're trying to like.
But it seems like you're punching down. You're Michael B. Jordan now.
It's not punching down. No, it's not punching down. He talked to her, but it's like.
But you had to get it in there. Like you wanted to make it a
Yes.
point to like.
What's he supposed to do? She's like, "Oh, we go way back." He's like, "Yeah, he used to make fun of me all the time."
She knows the deal. She knows she probably made fun of him. But what would be the point of pointing that out? It feels like
she's trying to act like she didn't.
She went on a podcast and was talking about how they used to mercilessly mock him in school, and then he gets in front of her, and she's like, "Hey, what's up?" And he's like, "Yeah, I remember. I heard." No, I didn't.
Well,
yeah,
let
you
the
did.
internet, but I'm saying let the internet call her out. Let the internet call her a fake. Like you can walk away and be like, "Listen, I was helping her out." Like
You wouldn't call someone out. This is a little bit triggering for me because I remember when I got back home to Chicago, and
Trigger warning.
These trigger warning.
Sometimes he talks about Chicago.
These people who like beat me up in school were like hitting me. "Hey man, hey, it's so cool. You're back on the air. Hey man, we should hang out." I'm like, "No."
Yeah, but that's.
And then they would be like, "Oh, you think you're?" I'm like, "No."
Just living my life.
Living my life, bro.
Yeah, but you don't.
Haven't talked to you in 20 years. Now all of a sudden you think I'm some cool dude, and you're trying to sidle up next to me.
But you don't have to reply to that though. Like
I did.
Why?
Why not?
Okay.
Said nope. What am I gonna run away?
No, you don't have to
scurry
run
away.
But so they would meet you up in public, or they would see you at a bar or something, and they would walk up to you.
No, it was like on Facebook and stuff. but
Yeah.
Nobody
why
ever
would you
has the
take time
balls.
to reply?
Nobody ever has the balls to come up to you in public.
There's plenty of people that have hit me up, and they're like, "Hey man," like I don't even reply. And matter of fact, I don't even block them or anything. I open the message, and it has a little dot where it says, it shows my picture where I read it, and then I just don't reply.
Yeah, but do you remember them?
Sure. Oberlin was a very small town. It was hard not to remember people, but I didn't interact with people really that much from.
Well, you're a better person than I am.
From high school because I went to a vocational high school.
This is why he's fit to be a judge.
Mm-hmm.
This is why That's why Cody of Honor is.
I can't wait till he's off the show for like a week, and then I see him in public and be like, "How did I know you?
You look really, really familiar.
Where are you from?"
God, I know you.
I think I just saw you at the cafe at the old building that we worked at.
Were these people who beat you up in school?
No, actually.
Yeah, these were people who beat me up in school, and now they're trying to be my boy, and then like put me on blast on social media about how I'm an a-hole, and I think and I'm like, dude.
Well, the people that beat me up in school, they're pretty consistent. They do not care that I'm on the radio, and they still don't want to be my friend. They probably still want to beat me up. So that has not changed. There's people that I didn't talk to that had like no relationships with. They just knew who I was.
I think anybody who
small.
I think anybody you know. I'm not talking about strangers. I don't reply to strangers. I don't know who you are. I don't care.
Yes, but do you know a bully? Like they know who you are, but you're not friends with them.
No, these are people I went to school with. People who were like beating me up in middle school. Who were like, "Hey, bro." I'm not your bro. I remember you. I remember you. Yes.
I just find it.
We don't have that kind of. That's not. What did you think was going to come out of this?
I don't know, man. I just find it really exhausting. If I got angry and confronted everyone who called me gay in high school, I wouldn't have any relationships.
I'm not saying you should.
So
you can post it. You can post and ghost. I'm just saying for that particular situation for me. These were people who had no interaction with me whatsoever until I got a job back home. I had already been in a number of cities before then. These weren't people who were following me or but then it was in all the local press that I was on the radio station. It was and so they were like, "Hey man."
You're the equivalent to a Tinder person, a person they match with on Tinder, and then they're like, "You want to go out to dinner?" Like, "No thanks." They're like, "Whore." So
kinda.
They literally call you a whore after
yeah,
they want to get a
kinda.
beer with you.
Oh, you think? No, I don't think anything. Don't think anything. But I'm a decade into my career. I don't. This like one dude's like selling advertising for the Yellow Pages or something. I'm like, bro, what do you possibly think we would have in common? Honestly, no. So it was one reply, thanks, but no. And then, yeah, of course, if it's somebody I knew who blows me up, if it's somebody I don't know, I don't care.
I was like, yeah, I can't tell you how to feel. I wouldn't even give it a reply. Why?
Oh, you're a better person than I
wouldn't
am.
give it a reply. It's not worth my time.
Well, I guess he's a better person than I am.
I found out one of my bullies had an OnlyFans, and I did subscribe, so they got me again.
This guy beat me up. Now I'm going to beat myself up. Looking at his OnlyFans.
I was like, damn it. This is, like, that's how you could tell.
He does like to taste the hate, doesn't he?
I was going to say, like, anybody that bullies me that doesn't have my, I don't know. They just don't have good intentions at heart.
I guess I'm not as self-loathing as you are.
That's not self-loathing.
A guy who beats you up and you subscribe, you pay him money to watch him jerk it or whatever?
Well, he's doing other stuff too, but yeah.
Well, okay. It's your money.
Well, because I feel like, we're past that.
Past
we're
what?
We're adults now.
Okay.
I can support.
Does that? But wouldn't that person know you were subscribing?
I don't have my name on there. It's just like a username.
Well, whatever. It's your money.
I'm just saying I'm extending an olive branch, but I don't want you to talk to me. But I'll support you though.
Yeah. Well, it resembles an olive branch. An olive branch. Good for you. Poundcake's he's our little Christ-like figure around here. Okay, I've got to take a break. I will have Brit Floyd tickets for you, celebrating 50 years of The Wall. The premier Pink Floyd tribute band is coming back to Cleveland. So we'll hook that up. 35192. Want to send a text, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Mr. Hero Taste You Crave Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Tonight, mostly cloudy down to 32. Wednesday, mostly sunny all the way up to the lower 60s. Thursday, partly sunny, high in the lower 40s.
This report is sponsored by the Ken Ganley Auto Group.
Auto show specials are going on now at Ken Ganley Auto Group. #1 in Ohio with over 6,000 new and used online at KenGanleyAuto.com. Tell them McKinsey sent you. Ken Ganley, we drive Ohio.
You're gonna love this house, Sergeant Riley.
Just look at these high ceilings.
The upstairs is even better. City lights right from your window.
Upstairs? I don't see any stairs.
No, just strap on this harness and climb right up.
Up this rock climbing wall.
There's no field manual for finding the right home. But when you do, USAA Homeowners Insurance can help protect it the right way. Like saving up to 15% with our claims-free discount if you haven't filed a claim in 5 years, even if you've been with another provider. Learn more today at usaa.com/insuremyhome. Ability to receive a quote depends on membership eligibility. Membership eligibility and product restrictions apply and are subject to change. Discounts vary by location and may not be available in all states. Restrictions apply. USAA means United Services Automobile Association and its affiliates, San Antonio, Texas.
The Brew Kettle is celebrating 28 years of taming the Savage Hop. From Cleveland's flagship West Coast IPA, White Raja, to our newest edition, Balloon City, a North Coast-style hazy IPA. The Brew Kettle brews great IPAs by Clevelanders for Cleveland.
What does living your best nonstop life mean?
Alan, I'm
Only iHeartRadio gives you access to all. And best of all, it doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now.
From the Mazda of Kent studios.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Check out the all-new Mazda of Kent. MazdaofKent.com.
It's time to give. It's time to give stuff away.
All right, you want to go see Brit Floyd, the world's premier Pink Floyd tribute band, celebrating 50 years of Dark Side of the Moon. They're going to be through to play Friday, May 19th, a couple of months away, Jacobs Pavilion at Nautica. Tickets info, all that, go to AXS.com. 2 for Brit Floyd. For you, good luck, caller 10. 216-578-1007. Or 800-348-1007.
Our apologies to second shifters.
All right, here we go, everybody. Let's get to work.
This is no way to start your day.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
If never I met you, I'd never have seen you cry. If not for a first hello, we never have to say goodbye.
1976. Brand new song here from a band called Kiss. One of the songs that Peter Criss, Kiss drummer, sang, Hard Luck Woman. Song's been covered a bunch of times. If it sounds very much like a Rod Stewart song, that is not by accident. Paul Stanley had written it for Rod Stewart. But they had a huge hit with Peter Criss singing Beth. And so they were like, well, maybe we can follow it up. And so Peter Criss sang Hard Luck Woman. And I think it did okay. Beth really blew up. But Hard Luck Woman is one of Kiss's kind of mellowest songs, but it does sound very, and Peter Criss's voice was very reminiscent of Rod Stewart too. Anyway, I was thinking of Hard Luck Woman though, because, you know, we were talking about how they are trying to, or they are going to criminalize drag shows in the state of Tennessee. And wouldn't you know it, because it's always projection over on that side, that a photo from the 70s has popped up of the Tennessee governor in drag. And about the same time this song came out, 1977. Bill Lee is the current governor of Tennessee. And of course, he's laser focused on the important things there in the state of Tennessee, like outlawing drag shows. And so somebody dug up a photo of him from a high school yearbook of him in drag. Franklin High Yearbook 1977. And the caption is Hard Luck Woman. Just like the Kiss song. And so that picture got passed around. I mean, if you're that guy, you go, I don't know what you say. You go, all right, whatever. I mean, trying to outlaw, I don't know how you fight with, you're not going to use logic to thrust and parry with somebody who's trying to do something as stupid as making drag shows illegal. It's not like there's a rational thought behind that, so it's not like a big gotcha to go, hey, look at this photo of him 40 years ago. Clearly he wanted nothing to do with it now. It's not like this guy's going to go, gee, I've thought better of my position on this, and given this indication of, you know, it's going to be a misdemeanor there in Tennessee. Maximum sentence of 11 months and 29 days in prison. You could get a fine, too. Additional violations will be felonies.
So is that
up to
actually
6 years in prison?
Going into effect?
Yeah, he's going to sign it into law.
Oh, Jesus.
Yep, they're in
That's so ridiculous.
Tennessee. But again, this isn't the first yearbook photo of the guy that's popped up. He went to Auburn University, my father's alma mater. And there was a photo of him in the Auburn University yearbook photo in a Confederate uniform, which again, it's Alabama. right? I don't know if anybody's gasping at somebody in the 80s or late 70s in a Confederate. There's still people there in 2023 who cream their jeans over Confederate uniforms. So other than kind of making the rounds in the news cycle, it's not going to change anything, but it is kind of underscores the point that people who are zeroing in on this kind of culture war stuff, it's usually some form of projection. I do like the caption "Hard Luck Woman," though. I'm not sure. Maybe it was because of the Kiss song. Would have been about that time. Garth Brooks does a great cover of "Hard Luck Woman." Did it for a Kiss tribute album about 20 years ago. Did a good version of that. Hey, are you ready for some hot celebrity goss?
Let's do it.
I forgot to tell people that Perez Hilton was going to be making his way in here. And frankly, I don't want to wait 1 second more. So.
Hot celebrity gossip with Perez Hilton. This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Hilton. Ooh.
Oh, what's up, Goss Guzzlers? I got some hot goss for you today. Shawn Mendes, who is one of Poundcake's favorite, right? You love him, right?
I love Shawn Mendes. Yes.
And he's been spotted walking next to Sabrina Carpenter.
Who's that?
She's a pop star,
okay.
I guess. I've never heard of her before this article, but they were spotted walking together, which in the world of Hollywood gossip means they're dating.
Mm-hmm.
Mendes made headlines last year when he canceled his tour due to mental health reasons. I think just before he canceled the tour, Camila Cabello broke up with him. And then there was rumors that he was dating his hot therapist.
Oh, his chiropractor, yeah.
Chiropractor, yeah. And according to inside sources.
Inside sources.
Mendes is still focusing on his mental health, which is under constant attack by having an extreme amount of success and beautiful women constantly throwing themselves at him.
Mm-hmm.
Light a candle for this young mush-brained king.
Mush-brained. All right.
Inside sources.
Brad Pitt's got a new lady. Her name is Inez de Ramon.
Oh.
And they think this could be it. They think they might just end up together for a long-term relationship. And according to inside sources.
Inside sources.
Inez, who works in the world of high-end jewelry, so a different kind of gold digger, is excited about their romance and sees it leading to marriage and then eventually a rather substantial divorce settlement. Every girl's dream.
Mm-hmm.
Modern
inside sources.
Modern romance is divine. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. I love it. And one of the 1,000-pound sisters is getting a divorce. Amy, what's their last name, Poundcake? You watch this show, right?
I don't know their last names.
Okay, well, Amy, I think she's the smaller of the sisters, said her husband, Michael, is lazy and doesn't help with their 2 kids. Amy has already moved out and plans on filing paperwork in the near future. According to inside sources.
Inside sources.
We're doomed as a species. This show should have never been made. We should have never made the Learning Channel into the free show that it is. The Fat Sister Show wasn't the nail in the coffin. It's just the dirt filling up the grave of humanity. We are done for. That's all. That's all.
Yeah, that's. I was like ending on a high note.
Yeah.
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Hilton. Ooh.
What I don't understand is when you get a show like 1,000-Pound Sisters, there is no shortage of severely overweight siblings and family members. What makes these people unique?
It's the personalities.
But again, there's a lot of sassy fat people walking around.
I don't know. I can't believe these are shows that people watch. I can't believe
that
they've been made. Is it interesting? It sounds just like bickering.
Probably sit around and cook some soups and eat bread and desserts and just get all fat and sassy.
The one girl was arguing with the other sister. She's like, she's lazy. You're like, you're lazy. You don't do nothing. And she's like, you don't do nothing. She's like, what you talking about, bitch? My bills are paid. All my bills paid.
Well, it's sad because
never mind. This sounds like a great show.
Oh, it's great.
But her bills are paid because
they're doing their show.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what they were doing before.
No, well, they weren't making money.
One of them was like a cam girl. Like
that's what I'm saying, though. I mean,
on camera and eat.
Right, because there's a market for that too. But these families that are like, I mean, they're ripe for the picking. Where they're like, a network comes in and goes, we'll give you money. And they're not getting rich, but I mean, if you're making a few $1,000s an episode, that's a hell of a lot more money than you had before.
Right.
And so they're not going to turn it down. They're like, how the hell else are we going to monetize being super fat? And yeah, oh God. So you can't blame anybody who, they understand the mechanism. They know they're going to be on a show that people are going to mock them and, but they're like, well, we're making money. I mean,
when I'm searching for hot celebrity gossip, the top tier celebrities have things pretty buttoned up these days. All the real gossip is happening with reality show stars because they are
inside sources
way looser with it, but it's so that's a very deep pool, and I don't think everybody knows who. Like, I don't think anybody cares about this divorce that's coming up. I don't think it's.
Yeah, somebody texted me they only get $5,000 an episode. Yeah. Only $5,000? But these people weren't going to see $5,000 in any, so.
But an episode, we know how. I mean, you know how reality.
But how many episodes a season?
Probably 10 to 12, right?
Yes, that's a lot of money.
Yes, but it might be a week's worth or a month's worth of filming, and you get $5,000 for that. That's not that much.
No, you get per episode.
Per
that airs.
episode. You work for a month, they follow you around for a month, and you get $50,000? That's not bad. I mean, there's people that have like regular, lives and jobs that would jump at that.
I'm saying, how long does it take? Isn't it like 100 hours or something to make a 60-minute show? I'm trying to think of like what I learned in broadcasting school. It takes like 100 hours, at least 100 hours of filming to get 1 hour show.
But this is reality TV. This isn't the same format for filming.
Okay. Well, that's what I learned.
Alan, I'm not sure if you know this, but a Halloween costume isn't drag. The governor of Tennessee wouldn't have made the law if mentally unstable people didn't want to shove their sexuality down children's throats.
Explain how that sexuality.
You can't argue with that logic.
Because,
by the way, drag is literally cross-dressing. So and I've dressed in drag. I'm a much more attractive woman than I am a man.
You didn't tuck though.
I've gone in full drag. What's that?
You tucked?
I can't tuck this, homie. Yeah, into my sock. Hey-oh! Hi-oh!
It's not real drag unless you tuck.
Oh, shut up. It's not real drag. You and I have both dressed in drag.
And I tucked.
Yes.
I thugged it out.
Thugged it out. This guy.
I would love this texter to call and explain how they
see
this as
I know
sexuality.
I know where you're coming from. That's like a 5th grade. That's a very juvenile reading of what's going on there. Yes. But I mean, I understand. I understand where you're coming from. I disagree with you, but I mean, it's
it's a very antiquated way of looking at things, and also very ignorant, and also one of those things where. How about all the heterosexual normative things that we shove down children's throat? How about grooming children to believe in God to try and get them to, hey, dummy, you don't have to believe it. Do you only believe it because you're doing? Do you only believe in God because your parents told you to, or your mom told you to, Poundcake?
I mean, that's how I found out about it. She didn't shove it down my throat because, I mean, we went to church. And then we didn't go to church.
But you feel like that you have you feel like in your life you have a personal relationship with a deity.
Yeah, I have.
And that guides your life.
Yeah.
In what capacity?
It was because I was a Christian that I didn't, when I was struggling with the whole sexuality thing, I found prayer that I didn't commit suicide. I'm not like that now, but I'm just saying it was a really dark time when in my late teens when I was struggling with coming out. And I was told that if you commit suicide, it's That's like the
Yeah,
ultimate
but a lot of
sin.
people are also told that being gay is a sin in and of itself.
So what?
So those two things are in direct contrast with each other. You're kind of backed into a corner there if you feel like you're inherently sinful because you're gay, but you also can't take yourself out because then you'll go to hell or whatever nonsense.
But if we're going by the Bible, I don't think gay itself is a sin. It's the act of homosexuality, like just.
Well, that's a
acting
distinction without a difference. I don't think there's any mention of gay. You know, people love to twist what's actually in there, but I don't think there's any mention of being gay in the Bible.
I think there's. They don't mention homosexuality in the Bible.
No, they mention.
I'm not well versed in the Bible. I'm not going to pretend like I am, but
in the Bible,
I know
the
from my
only
family.
thing that's in there is mentioning that you should not lay with a boy as you do your wife, and you should not lay with a man as you do
Probably
your wife.
boy.
Something, but the
Back
actual
then, probably boy.
right? But the actual translation is child.
Yes,
and then it's been translated into man or boy or whatever.
But as an innate dimension of somebody's personality, that was not something that was understood back then. That's not something that was enumerated in the teachings and the Gospels. I mean, so people who are religious in nature, at least from an organizational religion standpoint, they're going to foist that upon people because it's a way of controlling people, but it's got nothing to do with.
But I think you guys are generalizing religion because they're.
Of course, every religion basically comes from the same stories.
But what I'm saying is, you think all families are. If you say you're a Christian family, you have this preconceived notion that it's all by the Bible, it's all by the book all the time.
I'm not saying that, but
that's what,
anybody
like,
who
Bill was
anybody
saying,
who
like,
is
grooming.
anyone who is anti-homosexual, their origins are religious in nature. There's no one secular who's anti-homosexual.
I wouldn't necessarily say that's, some people just don't like it. Some people just think it's.
That's different than being homophobic. It's entirely understandable for somebody to go, I don't get it. It kind of grosses me out. But they're not trying to make your life difficult. Like, I've never had a gay experience. I never experimented in college. Wow. Because it wasn't for me. I knew that wasn't for me. I have no problem with people doing it. I have zero problem if who somebody loves. How they practice that, don't care. It just never, I knew, some people are like, well, maybe. That's great. I know for me, there was never, I had no interest in it.
In my young 17-year-old adolescent brain I was picking the lesser of two evils. Like, I wanted at that point to end my life, or I was like, if you already feel like you're at the lowest point in your life, you might as well live it out and see what happens. What do you have to lose if that's the case?
The suicidal thoughts come from where? That you'll never, that the lack of conformity is going to be just a terrible life?
I feel like a lot of things were in it. I didn't feel like I fit in anywhere. Like, my entire family is Baptist. They're all black, so I automatically look different. I sound different. So it wasn't like a surprise that I came out as gay. I was like popping and locking to Britney Spears when I was like 7 or 8, 9.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. Those roadblocks weren't secular in nature; they were religious in nature.
But no, I'm just saying it was the religious aspect. It was, I thought I was going to get married. I knew it's hard. That's a big change to make when you come out of the closet. There really ain't no going back, and I didn't know if I was ready to make that choice at 17.
I understand.
Like, I had a picture in my head of I got tattoos. I was going to be a carpenter. Like, I was trying to do manly things. I really tried because I thought I was living my life the right way with the least amount of hassle, and I didn't want a hard life. And being gay,
less hassle, more. Never mind.
That's now that I'm 30.
Yeah.
No, I
figured it out.
I get that too because I had a lot of those. I mean, I wasn't gay, but I just felt
trapped
by religion. Never made me feel good. It always just made me feel like I had to give up the parts of my personality that made me feel the most like myself.
Here's everything you're doing wrong.
Yeah,
that's the difference between you and me, though. Like, it was like I did feel comfort in religion. I felt at home, but it felt weird because that's why I say spiritual and not religious, because I understood the message. I understand the intent, but sometimes the deliverers are human too. And it's not the churches. It's not the individuals that
there's aspects of it that
spirituality.
I appreciated, but that's also what drove me more away from it was how they would talk about loving one another and being Christ-like, and then be the complete opposite of that, when it came to certain situations, and I was just like,
correct, and that's what I struggle
and so
with.
but the whole spirituality thing really came down to, okay, I feel, more love for myself when I'm doing what I want and actually living by a code that I deem as, a way to live my life with some honor and some, love for other people, but not just trying to do it to try and check these boxes for the religious aspects of it.
But also, a lot of religion is based, I know we have to go to break, but I just feel like you don't feel like there's an afterlife. You don't believe in an afterlife. So I feel like that's why you want all of your stuff here and the now. Like, I am a spiritual person, so I feel like I live on after death. So also,
but even if I did believe I don't know if there's an afterlife or not, but I'm going to live my life in a way that is trying to treat other people the way I want to be treated. I made it that simple for myself.
Yeah, the flip side of that coin is the people who do believe in the afterlife. There's a lot of those people who treat people here terribly.
Mm-hmm.
They wipe their ass with the planet or whatever because
sacrificing.
They're like, none of this matters. It's all the great reward after. So it's
Hail Satan!
Hail Satan!
Stop that.
I got a break. If you want to text 35192, I will have Mac basketball tickets for you on the way back. Want to get yourself some Mac basketball? It's back at the Romo Fijo men's championship session. It's going to be next Saturday, March 11th. 35192 to text, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everyone.
on, it's MAC basketball time. Get a couple of tickets here for the MAC Men's Championship. This is session 3. It is next Saturday, the 11th, at the Romo Fijo. You can go to clevelandmonsters.com for info on MAC men's basketball tickets. You can make time for it next Saturday. I got a couple of tickets here for you. Caller 10. These are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
One of life's most pressing questions.
What do I like about Alan Cox?
Finally answered.
All right, I don't like much about you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I want to send me a text, 35192. AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch live. The Cavaliers are off tonight. Tomorrow night, they will be in Boston to play the Celtics. That is a 7:30 tip-off from Boston. 7 o'clock is when your pregame coverage will begin. I want to get the full bug. They're back here at home on Saturday night to play the Pistons. That's a 7:30 tip-off. And then the Celtics come to Cleveland. Pardon me. For a 7 o'clock tip on Monday. We will be preempted this Friday by Guardians baseball. A little preseason Cactus League action between the Guardians and the Cincinnati Reds. That is a 3:05 first pitch Friday afternoon here on WMMS. That night, young Bill Squire will be out Warren Way for a show at the Below Ground Comedy Club.
The Underground Lounge. You almost had it.
I almost missed it by that much.
Get tickets at billsquire.com. $20 in advance, $25 at the door. So
makes sense to get them in advance.
In advance.
Yeah. And for people hit me up about 2 hours to midnight, it is our brand new metal show here on MMS. After over a decade of pitching it, finally got the green light. We are postponing that premiere by a week because of Cavs basketball this Saturday night. So March the 11th at 10 p.m., I'll be your host along with Corey Roddick and Pat Butler. 2 hours of metal, as many Saturdays as we can bring it to you. There's probably going to be times when Guardians baseball will cut into that as well. But next Saturday night, the premiere of 2 hours to midnight, our brand new metal show here on MMS. So there is an email for local bands want to submit things, or, you know, if you have a suggestion, something you want to hear, because it's just going to be me and Corey and Pat dicking around for a couple hours playing stuff we like. But obviously we want to hear, I want you guys to be part of it too. So you can email 2HTM, the number 2, HTM at WMMS.com. And we'll start getting those messages from people there too. Tomorrow is the first day of March, of course, today being the last day of February. Last day you can use the promo code HEARTTHROB at Cleveland Clothing Company. We dropped that brand new MMS Buzzard St. Patty's Day shirt that is online only. So you can't go into one of the stores looking for it. But if you want to pre-order that, you can go to Cleveland Clothing's website. Starting tomorrow, you're going to want to use the promo code SHAMROCK. And that will give you 20% off whatever you get, however often you use it throughout the month of March. Chris Rock's new hour will air live on Netflix this Saturday night, by the way. Netflix first foray into live programming, I think. At least a live comedy stream. And they're making a big event out of it. It's called Selective Outrage. And they're going to do a pre and post show thing with a bunch of his friends showing up. So Netflix's first ever global live stream event. You know how this show is a global live stream event?
Sure do.
Well, Netflix is finally dipping their toe.
Copycats.
Netflix is dipping their toe into a pool we've been swimming in for a while. And it's going to be Chris Rock's Selective Outrage. This is the thing where he's going to be, no doubt, talking about getting slapped by Will Smith. So they're probably going to get huge, huge numbers for this.
I wish it wasn't on a Saturday, though. Just because I got things going on. I would like to watch it, but You have to watch the replay.
They're doing something called The Show Before the Show. That'll stream live at 6:30 Pacific, so 9:30 here. And it's going to be live commentary with his pals, Amy Schumer, Jerry Seinfeld. Ronnie Cheng from The Daily Show will host. Arsenio Hall, Dion Cole, Leslie Jones, David Spade, and Dana Carvey, who do their own podcast, will MC the post-show, which is called The Show After the Show, with guests like J.B. Smoove and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, formerly of the Milwaukee Bucks. So it's Chris Rock live from Baltimore, 10 o'clock Eastern. And if you have seen Chris Rock on the road, he came to Playhouse Square within the last year, I believe. If you saw that show, that's going to be largely what this live special is. When these guys go out and do live shows, that's just them prepping for the HBO or Netflix hour or whatever. So this will be the first, obviously, after it airs live, you can stream it and whatever. But if you really want to get the full experience, the pre, the post, all of it, you're going to have to watch it live this Saturday night at 10 o'clock. Chris Rock's Selective Outrage on Netflix. I was reading about Rihanna got FCC complaints.
How?
Yeah, proving that you can fool some of the people all of the time. I think there are people who just exist to write letters to the Federal Communications Commission about the Super Bowl halftime show. Some years it's probably easier than others. You know, the entire broadcast industry had been hamstrung after Janet Jackson showed her boobie. That was almost 20 years ago. But when Justin Timberlake pulled Janet Jackson's boobie out, got about 500,000 complaints from that.
You're calling it like boobie.
Well, she did. He pulled her little nipple shield and her boobie came out.
She dumped them out.
Boobie popped out.
You just make it sound so immature. I said, he pulled her boobie out.
It is immature. Imagine complaining about, come on.
He pulled her boobie out. I just don't hear the boobie that often anymore.
Well, that's why I'm giving it to you.
Mr. Boob, that's me. B-double-O-B, boob.
Boobie. B. Rihanna got 103 complaints.
That the show was mediocre.
The FCC said that they got 103 complaints about the Super Bowl, saying that almost all of them were about her halftime show. Now, under normal circumstances, even the most Karen among us, you could maybe make the case that my children shouldn't have to see this. But Rihanna was A, pregnant, B, covered head to toe. I don't think she was showing any skin at all. What she was wearing like a red jumpsuit with like a coat on and a goddamn turtleneck. Looked like she was going to jump out of a plane, and there were still people who complained that it was too sexual. With a couple of the complaints referring to the performance as pornography. It's no wonder people are backed up in this country, where any random gyration to them is pornography. I can't imagine there was anybody under the age of 70 who wrote to the FCC about this, but they said that the choreography was too suggestive. She barely did anything. It was all the dancers dressed up like little sperms that were dancing around her. The backup dancers were patently offensive. There must be like a whiner template complaint letter that you can go online and fill out and just easily send to whomever you want. That's also part of this too, is that, things online, it's too easy. Back in the day, you had to put pen to paper. You had to really respect people who wrote letters to complain. Because there's a lot of work in that.
But that's all they knew back then, so I still don't respect it.
Well, but again, it's so easy now. Like I've kept a scrapbook of like hate mail I've gotten over the course of my career, right?
Is it easier though?
And the handwritten letters that I have, like from earlier in my career, they would transition down the road into email. But the people who would write a letter, find the address of the radio station, mail a stamp, lick a stamp, put it on a thing, at least I can appreciate the effort put into it. Because you have to stay pissed to go through all that. Email now, fcc.gov. You can type out whatever nonsense you want. You got a full head of steam. 5 minutes later, you have already fired off an email.
So if these people are 70 years plus, like you're saying.
I don't know.
Well, we'll say they are.
Yeah.
Like if grandma were to have the choice to write a letter or write an email, it is less effort for her to write a letter than to send an email.
Maybe grandma, but people have this notion that older people aren't savvy anymore. Everybody has email. It's not hard. Old people have smartphones. They're playing Candy Crush. A lot of them do. Go to a doctor's office. Every old lady's got her head down on her smartphone. Like, even my mom finally gave in. My mom was rocking a flip phone up until like a couple of years ago. She finally got an iPhone.
I'm just saying, I hang out with
super easy to
one
do
old
that
lady,
stuff.
and she has a hard time with the internet still. And I think there's still a lot that have that kind of problem.
Yeah, but she's also not a pain in the ass. She's not
You
getting
don't know that. She's absolutely a pain in the ass.
Well, maybe not in that way. She's not writing letters and, she's got her head on straight.
Yeah.
She's not getting a lot of practice being a pain in the ass. Some people, they have it down to a science.
Right, and that's also goes to show if they're writing letters or they're not even saying they like that. That gives them purpose writing those letters, whether it's email or putting pen to paper. They're going to stay motivated for that. Not even mad, but motivated because they feel like they're making some sort of difference.
Yeah.
When it is a ridiculous thing to watch the Rihanna halftime show, which was incredibly tame, and be like, well, this is pornography. You know what the halftime shows are going to be. You don't have to watch them. You want to watch them because you want to find the smallest thing to be offended about and go, can't believe there was a gyration of the hips during the Super Bowl halftime
I don't
show.
know if
They were
preposterous.
writing letters about Elvis back in the day.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone thinks they're going to inflict change like the guy did, leaving a voicemail about the sausages, remember?
Jimmy Dean.
Yeah, the Jimmy Dean sausages.
Yeah.
That guy inflict change.
They didn't change
I
anything.
can't feed a family of 5
With some
on goddamn.
Listen, he made a great point, but he didn't. I don't think anything changed.
I think it did. Maybe they did.
Products, your quantity of your products are very delicious. Love your sausage for 30-something years, but I can't take and feed a family of 5 on a little 12-ounce roll of sausage. I don't mind paying you more money for your 16-ounce roll of sausage, but you don't have it anymore. You've got a 12-ounce roll, and you got 3 men that weigh over 200 pounds apiece, a woman that's a little plump Scotch girl, and a daughter who's 13, and you're going to try to take a 12-ounce roll of sausage and a couple of dozen eggs and feed that, it ain't going to work. And I'm not going to purchase your product anymore or ever again.
Mm-hmm. How you like them apples?
What's the difference between anymore and ever again?
He wanted to underscore anymore, ever again. He wanted to let the Jimmy Dean sausage go. Listen, how long has that voicemail lasted? That's part of pop culture.
Yeah.
That gives hope to every squeaky wheel out there that something will change. And people, by the way, should not be, even the Karens out there, people should not be divested of the notion that their complaint might affect some change. Some complaints are ridiculous, but others, they got a point.
They did go back to the 16-ounce roll. That it exists. So maybe it did work.
Maybe it worked.
I'm going to start saying from now on forever.
You've said weirder things than that. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I'm going to do it now on forever.
All right. You can leave messages for us. A lot of those come in on the iHeartRadio app. Little talkback button there.
Hey, everybody. Hate the show so much. Poundcake is talking about his hands smelling like onion after he eats Subway. I had the same problem for the longest time, and then what I did is I stopped putting my hand between the bread when I would eat the sandwich, and I started putting my hand on the outside of the bread while I would eat the sandwich, and I stopped touching the onions, and you know what? It works like a charm. My hands don't smell like onions anymore.
Have you tried that? Have you tried not holding your sandwich from the inside of the bread? That might be worth trying. Have you tried that?
Were you speaking to me? I'm sorry, I was on the phone.
Did you hear the message I played?
I did not. I was on the phone.
All right,
Hey, everybody. Hate the show so much. Poundcake is talking about his hands smelling like onion after he eats Subway. You know, I had the same problem for the longest time, and then what I did is I stopped putting my hand between the bread when I would eat the sandwich, and I started putting my hand on the outside of the bread while I would eat the sandwich, and I stopped touching the onions, and you know what? It works like a charm. My hands don't smell like onions anymore.
Stop touching the inside of the bread.
Have you tried that? Stop wiping your hands with the onions.
Well, there are some
onion scent is pretty pervasive, though. In your slight defense, I mean, if you're in the vicinity of onions, you're going to carry that with you.
But I feel like I didn't even touch them that much. There are some onions, some little straggler onions that are hanging on for dear life, and then they fall. And I'm like, I don't want to waste it.
You pull them out?
No, they fall, and then I pick them up and eat them.
Oh.
So
that's your Achilles heel, picking out them red onions.
I'm just going to start cutting my sandwich in half, like cutting it with a knife and then picking it up with a fork and then taking bites that way. So that way I don't touch it at all.
All right. Well, anyway, that guy's life hack is don't hold your sandwich from the inside of the sandwich.
It's such an easy way to eat the sandwich, though, when you're holding it from the inside, because then you can just, I can't even imagine trying.
You flip it inside out and you hold it that way.
That's
it's
such
like
a funny, it's like in Pawnee when they all drink from the water fountain and they put their mouth over the water guard.
Yeah.
Just eating your sandwich with your hands inside the sandwich.
Well, you know, there's a lot of sandwich places now. I think Jimmy John's does it. They're not alone, where you can have it wrapped in lettuce instead of bread. And that's got to be such a labor-intensive way to eat a sandwich. I've seen my wife do it, and she must have it down to a science. But they're like, I don't want all the bread. You can get it wrapped in lettuce. And it's like, man, you want to talk about a sandwich that's hard to hold. You got to keep it in the wrapper. You got to. It seems like a lot of work just to get around some bread. Hey, The Mandalorian starts tomorrow. People are reminding me. Nerd alert! Yep. Nerd alert! Nerd alert! If you're not getting enough Pedro from The Last of Us, The Mandalorian starts tomorrow. It'll drop at midnight tonight. In case there's any glitches, fix them overnight. Is this season 4 of The Mandalorian? Season 3.
Season 3.
Amy Sedaris is in it.
Love her
Giancarlo Esposito. He's Moff Jim, or whatever his name is. What's his name?
Moff Gideon.
Not Jim.
It might be Moff Jim. I don't remember.
Be a great name. I don't even know what a Moff is. Moff Diver would be a great name for an old school Star Wars character.
Holy Moff Diver.
Holy mackerel. I've got to take a break. I'll have those Depeche Mode tickets for you after said break for people who hit me up. Want to go see Depeche Mode? They're doing the Memento Mori tour. Bring them to Cleveland in November. They'll play the Romo Fijo. So I'll hand those off in a minute. 35192. You want to text for anything else, and you can also get to us at AlanCoxShow.com.
Get ready for the experience of a lifetime. A night.
hottest cars, trucks, and SUVs all in one spot. Enter to win a 2-year lease on the Alfa Romeo Giulia. Buy tickets at clevelandautoshow.com.
This is a prepaid debit call from
Keith,
an inmate at the Ohio State Penitentiary.
Keith Lamar, convicted and sentenced to death for killing 5 men during one of the deadliest prison riots in U.S. history.
he said he didn't do it, and oh my God, I don't think he did do it.
Keith's life is not disposable just because you needed somebody to blame.
These people are talking about tying me to a gurney and pumping poison in my veins. I have to expose these people.
Listen to The Real Killer, Season 2, on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
From the Mazda of Kent studios.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Check out the all-new Mazda of Kent. MazdaofKent.com.
Giving stuff away.
I want to go see Depeche Mode. First tour from them in a number of years. Memento Mori is the tour. Added some dates, and wouldn't you know it, we're on the list. Depeche Mode in Cleveland. It's going to go down Friday night, November the 10th. You'll be sitting on these for a minute, but you'll have them. The Romo Fijo, RocketMortgageFieldhouse.com. Tickets, info, everything else is there. I will set you up here. Prepare for Depeche Mode this fall. Good luck. Rock and Roll Hall of Famers. Call 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
What feels great to do is absolutely free, can be done by yourself, and yet no one ever mentions it.
It's the Alan Cox Show
on the Buzzard.
WMMS.
Still the best song on the Blue Album. I'll plant my flag in it. Weezer announced they're on tour, too. They're coming. They're going to play Blossom in June. You see Weezer's coming?
I did not see that, but I'm going to say my favorite song from the Blue Album is Say It Ain't So.
Oh, all right. Well, there you go.
It's a great song, too, though. That's an album you can put on and just let it play all the way through.
Yeah. There's not a dud in the bunch. Weezer on the Indie Rock Road Trip Tour that will bring them to Cleveland to play Blossom on June the 16th. The tickets will go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. Modest Mouse and a little band called Mama, if you're familiar with them. It's two girls. It's a duo from L.A. who have an interesting take on things. So if you're a Modest Mouse fan or a Mama fan or a Weezer fan, Weezer's taking a whole bunch of different support acts out with them. We get Modest Mouse and Mama. So anyway, who cares? If you're a Weezer fan, put that on your radar. June 16, they're going to play Blossom. And LiveNation.com. I imagine we'll have tickets at some point. But do I have Weezer tickets next week? I do.
Nice.
Weezer tickets next week, 520 all week. I will also have Kill Switch Engage tickets for you. You know, we're ramping up to our new metal show. We're postponing the premiere a week because we didn't want to conflict with the Cavs this Saturday night. So next Saturday night, we'll premiere our show called 2 Hours to Midnight with me, Corey Roddick, and Pat Butler, representing the Metalhead contingent here at iHeart. So just about every Saturday when we're not cut in by a ball game or something, it's going to be 2 hours of metal. And if you want to submit your band, if you have a suggestion, because I want to know what you got. Otherwise, it's going to be me and Corey and Pat dicking around for 2 hours every Saturday night, which is completely fine, by the way. You know, we got to get this thing off the ground. But you can submit whatever crosses the transom of your mind metal-wise, because people are like, are you going to play this? You can play all of it. Play industrial, play thrash, whatever strikes our fancy. The email is the number 2 HTM at WMMS.com. Those will come to me. Anyway, next week, Kill Switch is going to do April 15th at the Agora. Lynyrd Skynyrd is doing the Rock in CLE concert. That's the Western Reserve Land Conservancy fundraiser. Lynyrd Skynyrd is going to play that. That's May 20th at Nautica. So if you're a Skynyrd fan, not even sure who's in that band anymore these days, but Skynyrd's a great live band. I'll have those for you next week. And then we'll put you at an advanced screening of Scream 6. So it's set in New York City, I think. Scream in the city. I think I've only seen the first Scream movie.
Oh, really?
And I was like, yeah, it's all right. Yeah.
I like the Scream movies.
You keep going back to the well. This is number 6. I think Courtney Cox is the only original person who came back. I don't think Neve Campbell. Neve Campbell was like, yeah, they didn't really want to pay me anything. I wanted to come back and do it, but when they told me what it was they was gonna pay, I was like, nah, no, thank you. If that's how little you value my character in this franchise, then I'll go off and do something else. I don't know if David Arquette, because were they making Scream movies when David Arquette and Courtney Cox were married? They probably met on the Scream set,
Yeah, I think
right?
that's where they met.
Yeah. So I'll have all that stuff for you next week. Cavaliers are off tonight. They're going to be in Boston tomorrow night to play the Celtics. And then back here at home on Saturday to play the Pistons. A short week for us because we'll be preempted by the Guardians on Friday afternoon. That's a 3:05 first pitch from Goodyear against the Cincinnati Reds. Hey, speaking of Reds, I got vagina news here for you.
Vagina news.
This is a wild story. It's a local story. A company that makes sanitary pads. You know what those are?
Oh, yeah. Napkins.
Yeah. What an innocuous name for those, by the way, right? Sanitary pads, they go, we'll call them napkins. There's a whole generation of women, older to be sure, but an entire generation of women who had to deal with their menstruation pre-tampons. If you go way back, they had belts on them. They had straps way back in the day to hold them in place. That's why the big selling point for a while was beltless maxi pads. I mean, this is probably going back to the 60s and 70s. I know my own mother was a pad person. You know, I'd go into the linen closet or something, and she'd have boxes of pads. My mom, I don't think she'd mind me telling you. Strike that. She would very much mind me telling you. My mom was not a tampon person. But there were a lot of people. It's probably a generational thing. But there's a company who makes sanitary pads, and they're suing an Ohio magazine in federal court. Jewel Sanitary Napkins, LLC. They're based out of Atlanta, and they make them under the brand name Reign, R-E-I-G-N. They're suing Motherhood Magazine, which is based in Millersburg. I don't know if it's an Amish publication. You know, it's Amish country out there. But they're suing them because this magazine published a letter that said that sanitary pads secretly transmitted the corona vaccine. So think about that. People who are so anti-science, so anti-vaccine, that somebody published a letter, sent in a letter saying, these sanitary pads, and gee, a more direct delivery system you couldn't even conceive, were transmitting the corona vaccine.
The vaccine.
Bill Squire, Friday night in Warren, Ohio.
That's right.
At the Underground Lounge. Mm-hmm. Tickets in advance, $20 at BillSquire.com.
Get them.
Jewel CEO Demond Crump said, when I saw the article, I felt utter disappointment. Our Amish distributors, there's my answer, were believing these lies. An article like this can wipe out our entire market share in the Amish community, right? Amish, they ain't putting things up there.
No.
Pads only.
They're dabbers.
Yep.
They're not.
Taking a big old hit. I can't believe they're even buying pads. You think that
I'm
they'd be
surprised
using
too.
hay or
Yeah.
something.
Well, I don't know about hay, but like goat or like wool.
Goat wool?
Really like, like a sheep
Ouch.
wool. Yeah.
Wool. They said, we're stunned that any publication would publish something so obviously
Who's their main
false.
competitor down there in Millersburg? Because that's probably who is tied to this. Whoever the other top pad in the Millersburg area probably paid the publication to slander this pad company.
Yeah. Or libel.
Mm-hmm. Libel. Yeah, that's right. Libel when it's written, right?
Motherhood magazine publishes quarterly and caters in part to Amish women. The letter issued a warning about the pads and said that the product was using ingredients similar to the COVID-19 vaccine because, of course, all of a sudden, everyone is a doctor. A world of dummies who are convinced they're geniuses.
Science!
So they're suing Motherhood magazine out there, saying that it's entirely false that anything associated with their product. I mean, it's ridiculous that you have to hire a lawyer and enumerate these things in a court of law, Yeah, our sanitary napkins aren't dosed with the coronavirus vaccine, you morons. Sales of this company dropped by 50%. So they're taking them to court. Let's hope that it works out in there. But boy, it's not every day that you see a sanitary pad lawsuit go all the way to federal court.
In 2023.
In 2023.
You were not expecting that in 2023.
No. But the Amish community out there flexing their muscle, Because what are they? You certainly don't want this as a mark on your record.
No way.
I mean, you've got furniture. You've got amazing bakery products. What are the Amish known for? Those things. Pies. You certainly don't want
uncode stairs.
What?
I said uncode stairs.
What?
Stairs that aren't up to code.
No. Say it the way you said the first time.
Uncode stairs.
Uncode stairs. I thought he meant S-T-A-R-E-S. S-T-A-I-R-S?
Yes.
Uncode stairs?
Stairs that aren't up to code, yeah.
Is this...
And that refers to what?
I worked in carpentry, and from what I've heard, their stairs are not up to code.
Up to what? I thought they
have their own set of laws or whatever.
Yeah, but I thought that these people are raising barns and building structures all the time. I thought that the whole crux of the Amish construction paradigm was that it was rock solid. And now you're casting aspersions on their stair-making abilities?
They're uncode.
Uncode stairs.
Uncode stairs.
I mean, you might get some cold stares from people who are out that way. Uncode stairs.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
That's from all my carpentry friends. They used to complain.
You are really leveling some. Yeah, but it sounds.
They took our jobs.
It sounds more out of professional jealousy than anything else.
It's not. If they were doing it correctly, it's like, damn, we need to get.
Yeah, but were there Amish constructed stairs that were falling apart?
There were people. I had friends in carpentry that were losing business because the Amish people would do it for cheaper.
But that just means it wouldn't be up to code. They undercut them. Oh, I see. Well, in my neighborhood, I would see people paying twice what it would cost to have a new driveway put in. A couple of years ago during COVID, we had a new driveway and patio put in. And we were getting quotes. We got this really low quote from these Amish dudes. But the scuttlebutt down at the precinct was that, oh, yeah, they'll do it in a day, but 50-50 on you're getting what you could be getting. So I guess to that point, I see what you're saying. But I would think that stairs would be something you wouldn't want to really cut corners on. Stairs.
I'm just saying what I heard. I heard it through the grapevine.
Yeah.
Uncode, but it's
not
even
stairs.
The Amish thing. It's the phrasing that he used to say the stairs aren't up to code. Uncode stairs.
Uncode.
Well, that's uncode. I'm not even mad about it. I'm gonna make that a thing. Oh, that's uncode. If something's not up to snuff, from now on it's uncode.
What?
Uncode.
What?
Uncode.
Uncode.
Uncode. Oh, you don't like that?
How was your dinner last night? Uncode.
My dinner was not up to code.
How'd your date go? Uncode.
Because I thought you said you can get cold stares from Amish people. Like if you're going through Amish country, they'll look at you like, you 21st century whatever. You know, the Luddites out there. Whatever. They got the Xbox out in the barn, but still giving you those very insulated community, and so they're giving you cold stares. That's what I thought you meant.
Mind your business, English.
I haven't been to Amish country since I was a young guy, like high school maybe. I miss it. I want to go back.
You miss it?
It was.
Do you want to show them? Are you going to show them how to build stairs that are code?
Because I still don't know how to build stairs that are up to code. I just know theirs were wrong from carpenters that did know what they were doing.
So were your carpenter colleagues then like brought in to like fix those issues, or were they just complaining that they were undercut by the Amish?
Both.
Were there quilts uncode as well? I mean, any thoughts? Did you have any friends who were in the weaving or looming community who were complaining about Amish quilts?
Not that I know of, no.
So how are they able then to do this kind of work and ignore codes?
I don't know. You're asking me something that I
Well, you're the person who brought this to our attention.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
Is this slang that other people in the carpentry field use? Do they say uncode?
No, that's probably just me.
Okay. That's the part that I love the most.
Uncode.
Uncode.
No,
stairs.
I don't know if there's like a law or something like that. There's codes that you are supposed to build by, I suppose.
Well, no, I understand.
I guess insurance won't cover.
That's a given. I'm just saying I'm surprised that, okay, if they do it cheaper and faster, but then you have something where they've ignored the codes, how is that worth your time and effort? I mean, if you're the purchaser, I don't know how you're going to end up with somebody coming out going, you got to redo all this.
I imagine that's probably why a lot of people get annoyed because they're like, I got to come back. The client is upset because they have to repay to get it built. And then the carpenter is probably upset, the contractor or whatever, because they're like, well, if you had you not tried to like undercut me in the first place,
right,
you wouldn't be in this mess.
Maybe it's the perfect planned obsolescence. You go, well, I got to have this redone. Once again, Amish do it cheaper. You get them back out. They do it cheaper, but again, not paying attention to the codes. And then you have more problems and you go, all right, third time's a charm. It's all I can afford.
And maybe it's not all the Amish. Maybe it's just like...
I thought you were implying that they built the stairs that you fell through when you were trying to move your refrigerator up the back steps.
I'm suing all the Amish for that. So someone's going to pay for that.
Yeah.
No, that I almost fell through. No.
Lawyer Poundcake back in action.
Alan, you guys need to uncody.
Agreed.
Oh, come on. Agreed? All right. You're relieved of duty.
Two-man show the rest of the week, huh?
There you go. You're dismissed.
Okay, bye.
I mean, I can answer my own phones.
You don't got the balls.
Yes, he does.
He going?
He'd love to split.
He's walking out the door.
Yes. Anyway, there's your vagina news.
He didn't take any stuff with him.
Vagina news.
He what?
He's back.
Oh, he's back. No, he's going to get his stuff.
Yeah.
He's taking his ball and he's going home. Is he throwing things around the room? What is he doing?
No, he's collecting all his stuff and he's heading out.
Yeah. Al and I work in Middlefield, and one time an Amish guy walked up and said, I'm going to go home and have my wife make me a pie and then walk away. Oh, maybe that was a euphemism. That's pretty good. Okay, well, is he gone? Is that what's going on?
I don't see him in the room.
Okay.
Come back, stay tuned. After the break, found out if Poundcake really walked out on the show.
Mm-hmm.
That's a teaser.
Well, I told him, I said, you can go. I mean, he didn't want to be here. Was that what we?
Well, someone said to uncode.
Uncody.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Uncody. Yeah. And
he said, okay.
Okay.
Al, when I used to do construction, about 50% of my jobs were fixing Amish work. Some of them don't pull permits, so they don't care about code. Yeah, I mean, I don't see the value in paying less only to have to invariably have something fixed. I don't get paying twice for something. Well, whatever. I got a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. That's where you can watch, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Buzzard Radio.
The Buzzard.
Is Rover.
Where is their bread buttered? Right here. This show.
Rock. Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Pay attention to notice the reverse of everything that is normal becoming abnormal.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Don't worry. Be happy.
There you go.
Every
Nailed it.
little thing. Every little is gonna be alright. Don't worry.
Did our little bird fly the coop?
Let's go to the video. He is.
Hey, he's back there. Look at that. We thought you split. We thought you left in a huff, in a Derek huff.
Well, after a few slow, deep breaths, I decided that I wasn't going to let you white people take away my full day's pay.
Nor should you. Mm-hmm.
So I got one more hour.
Alan Cox Show. Well, after hours line, I guess, is we're having some issues with it. So I will eventually get your messages. But those are piling up. I'm just unable to get them. But still plenty of people leaving messages on the iHeartRadio app. We have people who listen all throughout North America. If you listen to us outside Ohio, tell me where. I'd like to know where people are. Sarah is our bureau chief in Norwalk, Connecticut. Sean is in Indianapolis. Denise is in Centerville, Maryland. Sonia listens in Schenectady, New York. Paul and Summer are in Mundelein, Illinois. That is suburban Chicago. Chris and Samantha are in Sarasota. And Kenny is a new listener in Fremont, Indiana. And you can leave us messages there, too.
Alan, I've said this before and I'll say it again. You're always a day late and dollar short when it comes to talking about things. Because most of the time, by the time you've covered them, they've already talked about them on the morning show. Come on, get it together, man.
What is he talking about?
He never gives examples. But also, it's a different show.
Well, this might surprise people, but I don't consult with the morning show, and I don't consult on each other's shows. We're kind of on our own islands, because I'll have people blow me up and they'll be like, hey, Rover's talking about something you were talking about last week. And I go, yeah, that's fine. I don't,
that's what
we don't consult with each other. Yeah, I don't. So I don't know what you're referring to. But yeah, that'll happen. But I don't know what they do, and I'm sure they don't know what I do. And that's fine.
Right.
Two separate shows. They don't have a list of things that they go, well, we can't, Alan talked about that, so we can't, and I'm not sitting, we don't know what the other one's doing. And that's the way, I'm sure, they like it, and I like it. That's the way, I like it.
I just think it's strange that this guy thinks that the show's like we wouldn't talk about something because they talked about it.
Well, I just
like that.
Some people will leave.
Strange.
Some people would leave messages, but they don't leave me enough information. Like I need to know, because I know what's happening is people leave messages in the moment as we're talking about something, but I don't know what you're referring to. So I always need. Be succinct, but I need context, or I need to know what you're talking about.
In reference to this story.
There you go.
Yes.
Hey, your conversation about. That's always very, very helpful.
Now, there is a thing. If on the morning show they were talking about uncoded Amish stairs.
Uncoded stairs.
Then our apologies.
Yeah. That's a good point. Did you see that, Steven Seagal is a big fan of Vladimir Putin. He loves Vladimir Putin.
Vladimir Putin.
Yeah, he loves him. And Putin loves Steven Seagal. And he gave him, Steven Seagal has been a resident of Russia for a while now. I don't know if nobody else wanted him or whatever. He treated him like a king over there. He is, they're keeping him in rubles and jet black hair dye, I guess. And Steven Seagal has gotten the top state award as a humanitarian. If there's one thing Vladimir Putin values, it's a humanitarian. And so he has given
Vladimir Putin,
I guess, the equivalent of the Presidential Medal of Freedom or something. I don't know. I don't know what our analog here would be. But he's given Steven Seagal Russia's top award for humanitarian work. If you've seen Steven Seagal, well, he's become an odd-looking fellow. Back in the day, Steven Seagal was such a good-looking dude. Like, I know it's 30 years ago. I get it. Like, people change how they look. But back when he was, like, banging Kelly LeBrock in, like, the Hard to Kill days and the Out for Justice days, man, he's working with Andrew Davis, like, legit directors. He's a good-looking dude. But he has gotten the International Humanitarian Award. Steven Seagal is 70. He has been given Russia's Order of Friendship. I don't know what that entails.
Vladimir Putin.
Yeah. But he's very specific about how he addresses his friend. Humanitarian ties with the United States and Japan. Oh, maybe is he some kind of emissary between Russia and the U.S.?
I'm not sure.
He's had a Russian passport and has considered himself a resident of Russia for about 7 years. So he's fully on board, by the way, with the Ukrainian war from the Russian side. He said it's very reasonable. He's a member of some pro-Kremlin parties. And Ukraine banned him from coming over there for a while. So I'd love to imagine if they discovered, by the way, that Steven Seagal was defenestrating all those Russians. Imagine if he was the guy throwing them out of windows. You know how all these oligarchs and like Putin allies, they go, oh, another guy committed suicide. These Russians love committing suicide by jumping out a window. That seems to be the only way they know how to do it. I don't know if they're short on rope. I don't know if they don't have pills. They're always finding some guy outside on a sidewalk with broken glass around him. Imagine if Seagal was throwing these dudes out of windows. One guy fell off his luxury yacht and drowned. Another guy fell out a window. Another guy fell down, quote, several sets of stairs. Boy, they're clumsy in Russia. A former deputy director was found hanged in his home in London.
I'm sure he just fell off of something and landed inside of the rope.
I was trying to change light bulb and the rope went around neck and...
He's trying to see how skinny I was and it stopped at my throat.
He fell. Another guy tripped and fell while smoking a cigarette. Another one had an accidental fall from a hospital window. I guess that would be the easiest way to do something, right? If you weren't concerned at all with the appearances of something, you just push somebody out a window. Another guy was found on the grounds of a hospital outside of his window. He tripped and fell while smoking. Is what they said. And they always investigate him as like, oh, we're looking into it as a suicide, wink, wink, because nobody wants to cross Putin. So allies or enemies, a lot of these people are falling out of windows. All kinds of strange circumstances.
And the fact that they just don't care. Like, there's other countries who do stuff like this, and it's just, there's fanfare, and I can't believe this happened, and blah, blah, blah. This is just another day, and another person just fell.
Because you don't want to be the next person to fall out the window.
Right.
So you go, oh, windows are dangerous.
I think there was like I saw it on like some Facebook thing, and it was a video of this news reporter being, do they call it disappeared? Like live on camera?
Yeah.
Like she said, let's go to the segment. And then when she came back from the segment, someone else was sitting in her place.
Yeah.
And I was like, do they do that in Russia, or do they just like yank you out? Like they have like whatever his name, insert Russian name here, just grab him.
Alexander Tulyakov.
And Igor just come and get you.
Igor, yep, exactly. Igor just grab you off camera, and they want you to see. Like, I dare you. We're not going to go to a segment. I'm going to yank you off right now. I'm going to yoke you up.
But these are all like super rich. They're oligarchs. They're all billionaires. And, he just couldn't take it anymore. He slit his wrists. He was so sad. There's a movie called Michael Clayton. It's one of my favorite movies. It's a George Clooney movie from probably about 15 years ago, where he plays a fixer for a law firm. I don't know if people saw it that much, but I love this movie. It's cast well. It's just a great movie. And there's a scene where a guy who's causing trouble is killed by these hitmen. And they come in under cover of a night, and this guy, they're in his apartment waiting for him. And they shoot some kind of, these guys are pros. These two guys, they got the booties on. They don't have masks or anything because they're going to kill the guy right there. They get him on the ground. They they kind of lay him down. They take his socks off. They have syringes. They inject him between his toes. They check his pulse, and then the one guy looks at the other one, and they go, okay, he's dead. And then they put his socks back on, and they meticulously put his shoes back on. They kind of make him look a little disheveled. They pick him up, drag him into the bathroom, lay him down. There's a pill bottle strewn around him to make it look like this guy OD'd on pills or whatever. It's wild. And you have to think that those kinds of things happen all the time. Another Russian billionaire who was found along with his wife and 2 young children, all of them dead from stab wounds. And they're like, oh, he must have killed his family. So anyway, but they love Steven Seagal.
So it never took me as the homicidal type. But
yeah.
What could be the explanation for this? All stabbed to death.
That's right. I'll tell you what they need out there in Russia, Bill, is wind donation. I'll tell you what, boy, these are strong. You wouldn't be able to throw anybody out of one of those because they're so strong, right? And
there's going to be no leaks. Secrets or
no state secrets or drafts will leak from those. Well, maybe that Russian fell down the stairs because they were uncoded.
Could be.
Yeah.
Do they got Amish over there in Russia?
Putin is also funding Steven Seagal's comeback film, Out of Breath. Alan, the morning show has men on it and a woman. Why does your show have men and a woman too? In all caps. That's right. Well, we're all going to be out, and I don't know who from the morning show is going to be out with us, but we're going to be out on St. Paddy's Day. We're going to be at the Clevelander. And so I'm hoping we're all going to be hanging out because those are fun when we do those. St. Paddy's Day, we're going to get going around 10 o'clock.
Dude, it's a Friday.
And we're just, I know, Friday downtown. And yeah.
Insane.
Yeah. I'm definitely Ubering down here that day.
I'm Ubering for sure. Uber.
So, yeah. The Clevelander will get going around, I think, 10 to 7. We're just going to be, I think we're going to be playing music, but we're just going to screw around and get on the mic when we want to, and it should be a lot of fun. So if you're downtown for St. Paddy's Day, pop in and come hang at the Clevelander for a bit. At least, pop your head in. Stop in. We won't throw you out of a window. Pardon me. I promise we won't throw you out of any windows.
It's going to be cool like that. I want to at least pop in here for a little bit and just see everybody on the streets and watch the parade from in here for a little while.
Does it go down Euclid?
Doesn't it?
I have no idea.
That went down Euclid.
I've never seen the parade.
I haven't either.
Maybe it goes down Superior. I thought it was Euclid, though.
It is a Superior parade.
He did it. He did it.
He loves doing it.
It should come as no surprise to anyone, but it is nice for them to underscore when they do these bits of research because our own Cody Poundcake Brown is in the midst of... Where do you work out again?
Oh, Orange Theory Fitness.
that exercise is almost 2 times more effective at battling depression than counseling or medication. This isn't new news, but they do studies like this all the time to try to get people to understand that, hey, you know, if you're prone to depression, exercise goes a long, long way. That's why Poundcake is much more chipper than he was before.
Yes, and I've been hella horny, too.
Hella horny. All right.
Pent up and nowhere for it to go.
I am Dr. Penis.
Nowhere for it to go.
How long has it been?
I told you about the last time I hooked up with the guy and I had a broccoli in my teeth. So that was the last time.
Well, when was that? I don't remember.
It was right after I had broccoli, Bill.
Broccoli.
He had a broccoli.
Probably like a month ago, so not awful.
Okay.
Well, maybe
not too bad.
Month to 5 weeks. But yeah, that he didn't give me a call back after that. I was just thinking like, how shallow, you know?
You would have called him back. You would have cut it off right in that moment.
But also, you don't know that that's why.
Yes,
Maybe he just wasn't vibing with you.
He waits till I give him the
because of the broccoli.
Yes.
If listen, if I like somebody, I'm going past the broccoli.
He should have told me
that could happen to anybody. Huh?
He should have told me.
Well,
I'm sitting there cuddling, giving him all my goods, and then now I'm smiling at him like, see you later. And the whole time he's thinking, he's got broccoli in his teeth. Rude.
Well, first date, that might be a tough. Some people. Second date. Well, then it sounds like maybe you're not vibing with the guy.
Well, that's fine. Well, that was the last time I had. So
But I don't know. After that. Yeah, but I don't know if I would chalk that up to the broccoli.
Fine.
Because you could have just as easily told him he had something in his teeth.
But he didn't.
He doesn't know that. You go, oh, you got it. No, right, you know.
I was telling Bill that, like, I was on Facebook dating, and I don't understand why I'm getting
That's still
guys.
A thing?
Yes. Wow. I don't understand why I'm getting guys so far. Like, I'm talking to a guy that's in Boys Town, and I'm like, he's like, how often do you come to Chicago? I was like, I've been once. He's like, oh, well, you should come back again. I'm like, to go on a date with you? Like, I'm sure you're very nice, sir, but
also, why can't he find any why is he going out of town?
I don't think it's like that. I'm not going out of town. I'm not purposely trying to go out of town. That's like I'm getting people in Kentucky and
why?
Michigan. I don't
Isn't it
know.
all geotagged?
I set
that's why he's so confused.
That's why I've set my perimeter to like 100 my radius to 100 miles. Like it shouldn't be like this. 100 miles is plenty. That's a 2-hour drive.
That's too far.
And that's further than I would normally drive. But I'm like, you know what? I'm an adult now. I got a decent car. I can make a little extra trip. If I was doing hour drives in college, I can do a 2-hour drive as an adult. So I don't know why I'm getting 6 hours away. Maybe not many people are using Facebook dating, so they have to pull from other areas.
That's my guess. Are you exclusively using Facebook dating, or are you trying on other stuff too?
I have Tinder, I have Grindr, but I don't pay for Grindr extra, so it's honestly just a waste of time. Like,
why not pay for it if you're that lonely?
I'm not that lonely. I want it convenient to me, like it used to be.
How much is it?
I don't know. It's like $9.99 a month, but I have never gotten it. And
it'll change your life if you get it.
If you don't get it, then it's nothing but ads and a bunch of guys. It's like all the guys are conveniently hotter after the fold.
It's nothing but ads and guys. Who wants that?
I'm just saying it's a bunch of ads when you don't have it, and then you are limited on the guys you can select. So it's always the hottest guys are after the fold where it says just $9.99 a month and see how many guys you can access. I'm like, oh, that guy's really hot. And I just convinced myself, I'm like, all right, well, you're not paying $9.99 a month, so he wouldn't talk to you anyways. So then I log off because I get frustrated.
God, so many hoops to jump through.
I go to Tinder because that's how I rationalize being cheap.
Just go out and meet people.
I do. I go to the bars now. I go to Studio West 117, and I still go to Twist.
But as far as Chicago goes, Jeremiah is listening, and he sent me a text that said, when you're using it in the building, if you're connected to Wi-Fi, it's pinging in Chicago because that's what our VPN runs through.
Oh yeah, we're all geotagged for Chicago here. You're not. I assumed you were talking about at home.
This was at home.
Okay.
This is
but even if you are, like, it might have some sort of cache saved in there.
It's not just Chicago. Yeah. I would say it's not just Chicago. I'm getting Toronto. I'm getting Michigan. Yeah. I honestly just think Facebook, there's not enough people using it. So they're pulling especially gays. They're pulling gays from all over the Midwest. And they're like, just put them on there, see if we can make a love connection.
Yeah, because it's more than 100-mile radius from Cleveland to Chicago.
Yeah.
I know that.
So,
a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, I can just like quickly pull it up and just show you.
Well, we believe you.
Well, I'm just curious as to maybe some of our listeners could help me out.
Maybe that guy thought you had some uncode teeth.
See, this guy's in Columbus.
That's broccoli.
Uncode teeth.
It's okay. Wasn't that strong. Well, listen, I don't know why you're striking out so much.
Because everyone sucks and I'm awesome. That's why.
Got high standards.
Everyone sucks and he's awesome.
Yeah.
Boy, I wish I had that kind of confidence.
Right.
When I was a single guy. I was really the other way. It's like,
see, this guy's from Brampton, Ontario. Where the hell is Brampton?
It's on the way to Toronto.
Ugh. Hate everyone.
God, why are
Be
you
local?
You're the one who's always talking about there's 8 gay dudes you know in Cleveland and you've banged all of them. So what's the problem with you think you'd be looking solely outside the metro area here? Go to Brampton. Go to Mississauga. They're all right next door to each other.
If I got to have a passport to Pound Town, I don't
You
wanna
have
do
a passport. Go use it.
But the fact that I have to have one to go see you, I'm not crossing country borders to go on a date. I'm not.
Tell them to come here.
I don't trust. Well, he can come here, but I'm not. I don't trust that. I'm not going to another country. How would I explain that? Oh, I'm just going for the weekend to meet this guy I've never met before in another country.
Explain to whom?
I don't know. People like
What people?
When I go on a first date, I send my 3 best friends a text on where I'm going, just in case something goes down. I send the guy's location or the guy's address, the guy's phone number, just in case. So I'm going to text, hey, girl, I am going on this date with this dude. We're going to go to Toronto. First date, just so you know.
Yes, going to Toronto for the weekend.
No one could pull up. No, on a first date, I don't know this dude.
Okay. But you don't know dudes here either. First date, you mean you don't want to travel.
Well, no, I'm saying someone could pull up. Like, what if something happens, my friends could come and get me or whatever. No one's coming to crossing a border to come get
your
my
friends.
black ass.
If you were in trouble, your friends wouldn't drive 5 hours to fetch you.
Over a country border, probably not. No.
Some good friends.
All right. But he's not going to save them either, so it makes sense.
Can you guys come get me? I'm in Toronto. They're like, no, sorry. We're at brunch.
We don't have a passport.
Who doesn't? What grown person doesn't have a passport?
I lost mine, so.
Well, but you had one.
I did have one.
You had one. Yeah. Have one. All right, I've got a break. Our hearts break for you, Poundcake. We hope that you can find someone local.
Forget it. I don't care.
We hope that you'll be awash in local boners. You want to get the last word in? Send me a text, 35192. Corey Roddick on the way at 6:30. No Cavs tonight. So we'll take a break and be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite